All right. I think I might be live. Hello, Zen friends. Welcome to your weekend. Happy Saturday to you. Hope you're enjoying your moments and having a blast. There's wonderful energies going on in the world, always. Sometimes it's harder to see them on some days, I know. But hello. I know I sound a little lower today. We had a wonderful cold front come in, so my sinuses are letting me know that. So I sound my voice is really low, sexy and low. Anyway, welcome. Before we get into everything, let us bring in some beautiful love energy. I feel like we're going to be giddy this weekend. I don't know what the energy has been, but there's definitely some, I don't know, just fiery energy going on. So we'll take a moment here to take a big deep breath and come back into this moment, out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos of the world, and into this moment of now. And we'll take a big deep breath and we'll hold it for as long as you feel comfortable. And then we will bring in the singing bowl. I will hit it 3 times. And as we're doing that, we just invite that beautiful, eternal, unconditional love energy to flow into us, into our physical bodies, into our sinuses and all of our cells, our organs, our blood, into our mind, to all of our thoughts and beliefs, into our heart, into all these emotions that we feel, into our energetic body, into our meridians, our chakras, our auras, just letting it fill up every piece of our being here as this human and flowing out to the outside world, letting it do whatever it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration. And we can do our part in raising vibration for ourselves and the collective by focusing on gratitude. Just one thing that we're grateful for right here, right now, in this moment, immediately begins to raise our love vibration. And it puts us in that open chalice receiving energy, also magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for. So we can do that gratitude when we get into there. So if you want to join me in doing all that to get started, you can. We're going to start by taking a big deep breath again. Hold it for as long as you feel comfortable. Don't pass out. Don't hurt yourself. And here we go. So big deep breath in. Beautiful. And then we will hit the singing bowl. I'm not sure how loud this will be. It varies each session. Um, so watch the volume for yourself. And remember gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. I'm so grateful. Beautiful energies. Love it, love it, love it. All right, let's put her back on her little shelf so she can watch over us. All right. So, hello, everybody. So happy to have you here, and excited as always to see what messages come through from Spirit for us today. Just the mic a little bit there. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. I'm Bretta Zen. We've got a great group of wonderful Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. Two things we can definitely help us in this adventure. Great sense of humor, laugh, and have as much joy and play as we can. And of course, love, 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 higher vibrational, unconditional, eternal love energy. Two huge things that make this an easier path for sure. So, welcome. There's always room for more Zen friends. It's a safe space for us. So, welcome. If you want to know how the readings work, all the information and tons of information down in the description box of the video. So, if you want to check it out, it's all down there. Donations do get first priority. Free readings are 1 to 2 cards, but a donation, I'll step out of the free readings and dive deeper, meaning we pull more cards. We get into the tea. I become what of my Zen friends, what they call me? I become the third eye, private eye. We dive into stuff. Also, you do get a fortune cookie along with donations. So after the reading, today we have 2 decks. Let me grab the little boxes here. They're really small, just what's on the card, kind of nothing from books. But these are the 2 that grab my attention. We've got the Spirit, I guess you can kind of read it, the Spirit Animal Oracle, and then the Yin Yang Insights Oracle. So we'll get 1 card from each because some of these are just like a one-liner. So I want to just to be able to give you a little bit extra little dessert with your reading. Whoa, I guess I need to move my little stool here, falling off the chair. So those come with that. Wouldn't that be hilarious? Poof, there we went. um, okay, so what else was I talking about? Oh, for the donations, right? And if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description box of the video. I do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square. I don't have any set dollar amounts. Whatever you give from your heart is the perfect amount. I do honor what you give from your heart as that energy exchange. At the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. I'm on for usually around 3 hours. Last 2 nights I've gone 5 hours. Well, we are ending Libra season here next week. Wednesday, I think we go into Scorpio. So I'm going out of balance. I'm trying to stay balanced, but right now the veil is thin, so Spirit wants to speak, so we do. But usually it's around 3 hours, 2.5 hours in. If I haven't completed any free readings, I will step out of donations, complete at least 30 minutes of free readings, and then I go back and finish out the donations. I always finish donations same day, even if I go take a rest and come back. We'll always complete all donations same day. What else? What else? What else? 10 comments, 30 minutes. Okay, I think that's the main stuff. I want to let you know I do have a podcast. I just came out with um the next adventure. I call it the adventure episode. It's number 2. We're fresh in here. It's about every 2 weeks ish, depending on Spirit is when I'll do it. This one's called Round 1, which is fighting. It's the first one. We'll have round 2. Maybe we'll even have round 3. Maybe we'll have a knockout round. But this one is all about intimate relationships, romance, focusing a lot on cheating and why it hurts, why people cheat, what we can do. Because we start off story time with Bretta Zen that talks about some of my experiences in my 5 longest term relationships. And then we go into perspectives from the human perspective of why do humans do what they do and why do we feel this way and that kind of thing. And then the higher perspective from heaven's perspective, from the spirit world, what they want to tell us about higher truth around those, and then hints from Spirit on how we can make those things easier instead of harder. So if you're interested, check that out. Also, I'm having another giveaway. I can't believe it's next week already. We have a Libra new moon coming up on October 21st. That's when I'll be doing the drawing. But if you're interested in getting an opportunity to win a personal recorded reading or my Hedge of Peace and Love, you can check out that video link there. All this information's down in the description box of the video. So you can check it. Um, so Dios mio, yas. Hello, Joanna. You're so funny. So be sure to check that if you're interested. And then I do have some specials going on right now. My 15-minute and 30-minute personal recorded readings are 777 and 1515 respectfully there. So if you're interested, there you go. No expectations. This is just information. I want to make sure you guys know the free things that are out and any specials, any drawings, because I'd rather you know it and then go, than not know it and go, oh, why didn't I know? So there you go. Also, I put out today, whoops, come on. Don't be difficult with me here. There we go. um, I I used to do it every day. I kind of feel like I want to get back into it, but I took a break for a while. Um, but I channel spirit through automatic writing, and maybe I'll put out some of the other interesting ones. When I had the praying mantis, I read a lot of them in my memberships, but memberships aren't there anymore. I went to focus on this podcast and on these readings, but I channel. And this time it was my higher self, my higher soul, and it was about walking consciously. So it was a good, and it's a little blurb. It's just like 5 minutes, I think. So there's the video. I stuck it in with the playlist for the Easier Path podcast because they mentioned the easier path in it. So I feel like they were providing some helpful information for our path. So I stuck it in there on that playlist. But if you ever want to find it again, but here's the link as well. So blah blah blah. There we go. That's everything. All right, everybody. Let's say hello to some peeps here. We'll get into the readings. Of course, we got Jojo. Hello, my friend. Good to see you. I hope you had a great day today on the other side of the world there. We have Mona here. Hello. Sudeshna Ghosh. Hello. And of course, we had in earlier people had posted if you are hanging out here, we got the official Anjali. Hello. Content and Brenda Globy. Atashi. Hey, Ashish. Hello. Tacha Olav and Swaroop Bobby. So hello, everybody. So good to have you all here. Thank you for all the thumbs up that you give the video. It is something everyone can do for free. That is a great way to help support the channel and show some love. It does help draw in more individuals because it puts the channel out there more. And so you're helping spreading the Zen love and you're part of the love tsunami. So thank you guys so much for doing that. I greatly appreciate that. I am going to be using today the Sanctus Concordia Tarot deck. Beautiful deck here by Lead Design Studio. I do have a code. If you're interested in purchasing this deck yourself, email me and I'll give you the code. I don't have it handy, otherwise I'd give it to you right now. You have it on my computer over here somewhere, but I don't have it on my new one. This one's about to go to sleep, I think. So if you're interested, let me know. It's a beautiful deck. You'll see here. I mean, it's just so beautiful. And it's more distinct than this camera picks up too, of course, in person. All right. So let's get this going here. We, of course, will have Johanna up first for your first one. Then we'll jump over to Sudeshna and then back to Johanna times 2. So that is where we're at. And then, like I said, we will get to free reading sometime today. And if these are all the donations we have, we'll get to them fast. But if there's others, well, I'll complete those, of course. And sometimes we bounce back and forth. Uh, it's all flow with spirit today. Joy, joy, joy. Anything else you want to say before we get started, Spirit? No, just you are loved. You are so loved. So, so loved. All right. Let's dive in and get this party started. So, JoJo, well, there you go. 1555. Look at that. All those fives. Have you been getting fives lately? It feels like it, but that's what I feel. That's what I sense. All right. Let's give your first one a love and a like here. Thank you again for your donations. Hello, hi, how are you? All right. And you have here, why are you craving the presence of cats so much lately? You even saw you had a pet cat uh, turning into a jaguar puma in your dream. Oh, how fun. You feel like something has shifted in your blood family. You saw your dad and sister day. Have you grown? Is that for number two? Okay, that is number two, right? Yeah, because you have number three down here. I get you. It was 15:15 last time. Evidently, I chatted a little more that time. Hey, Ankita. Hello, hello. Welcome. Good to see you. See. Okay, you're trilingual. I'm not even one lingual. I don't even know how to talk. Okay. All right. Hey, Olivier. Good morning. All right, let's dive in here and let's find out what is this about the cats lately? Why is the presence of cats? I do feel like you're trilingual. Yeah, wingwell. It's gonna be this kind of day. I already feel giddy. All right, let's take a look here. Maybe it's all the readings that I did because I did 5 hours and 5 hours. I think that what I used to do, like I'd do 5 hours and 5 hours and then 6, 7 hours and then another 5 hours. I remember that feeling. Maybe I'm addicted to spirit, so I'm getting my fix. All right, let's focus, Bretta Zen, on this energy around cats. Why are you being drawn to them? I do feel a strong connection with you with having been cats in many lifetimes. Um, but spirit guides, especially, I feel here, I'll go with these cards, that there was, um, you had several lifetimes in, um, like Africa, the African continent, and which have jaguars and lions and tigers and bears. Oh my, I don't think they have bears, but and I feel like you were very shamanic, a lot of witch doctor, shaman energies, even in Egypt, but Southern Africa, um, just really a lot of cat connections. Can even see shamans with, you know, uh, felines who had passed and you're wearing their skin to connect with them as your spirit animal because their spirit remained with you after they passed even. So a lot of that kind of energy. It makes sense. The bottom of the deck, you do have the Three of Cups, which is my spiritual, you know, spiritual posse energy that's coming in here, right? Yeah. Country house, nature all around. Yeah. Kind of the witch of the forest, right? But I do feel like it is spiritual connection, with that. A lot of familiars and spirit guides, a lot of feline was very strong, um, in past lives, but I also feel like it's a foreshadowing of a cat, um, being around you in the near future. Don't worry, it's not a jaguar. You're like, wouldn't that be a surprise? All right, let's see what else they have here for you. Yeah, you got the Seven of Pentacles, the Ace of Wands, and this is something that is this slowness with the Seven of Pentacles. Last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit kind of energy, but the Ace of Wands is an action energy. And I feel like it's been kind of building over time, this feline connection, but now it's really being sparked with this Ace of Wands. So it's something that's been rolling, rolling, rolling towards you. And it is someone that from the other side that's going to come in the form of a kitty. And I feel like they're being born right now. So I feel like you'll get a kitten, you'll see a kitten, you'll find a kitten, come across it, because I feel like now is the I'm born. And that's why the energy's coming in so strong, is because now I'm here. Used to be afraid of cats. A scaredy cat, a cat scaredy cat. So very interesting. Let's see here. You do have the Nine of Swords. Yeah, they are here to help. Here's that fear. Used to be afraid of cats. So the Nine of Swords is overcoming fears. But I feel like that's a big piece of why they're coming into your life, to help you through some fears. It's it's a catty person from a past life. It is one of the individuals from your that little acting, singing, artistic soul group from past lives that's coming in, and they're here to help you overcome some fears and to let some thinking go regarding that path that's coming forward here for you soon. Got the Four of Pentacles. Yeah, I feel like will be when you find your new home that's coming in here with the Four of Pentacles, the four walls. So it will, you'll find them when you find your new home. That's funny, the country home, right? Country house. But I feel like you'll find them. That's when they come to you, is when you're in your new place, whatever that is. Yeah. Meow. Well, that makes sense too. Why you're so attracted to it, right? Because Leo lion energy. Meow. Hello. Why would you not be attracted to cats, right? You woke up at 3 a.m. one night and started looking at cats. That's funny. So this is again really building in there about you stepping into the limelight, being seen. There's the purring is coming in. They're like the purring helps heal you, comfort you emotionally. It comforts and helps your body physically too with calmness. Yeah, calm down. That's funny. Um, and then you have the Five of Pentacles. Yeah, there is this. Um, it's interesting. The Five of Pentacles is usually like a lack, energy, the afraid of being abandoned, me left alone, blah 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 blah. Don't worry, you're not gonna become just a cat lady. That's funny. But this is you. They will choose you, and that's the thing with cats. They choose you. um, and then they'll want to be held by you and everything else. Because otherwise, if cats don't choose you, they're like, "Pet me with your eyes," Don't touch me, just pet me, but not really. You know how the cats come up and they're like, they rub your leg, and you're like, "Oh," and they're like, "No, no, don't touch me, I touch you." I like that. Too funny. And then you have the tower. It'll come suddenly. This isn't a destructive energy. I feel like it'll come out of nowhere. They're reminding me. It was the one time I was driving, not driving, riding a bike with my brother, and we were um, um, going on a back little road that there was a farm nearby, and we were down this, and there was trees that line bushes and trees. I mean, it was Texas, which is like brush and all this. And we thought we heard a kitten, and we looked around, we couldn't see anything. We went back. We came back, we heard it again. We stopped up in the tree, a little kitten, just a little orange tabby kitten. We took them down, and we were like, um, we went to the farm and we go, "Hey," and they're like, "No, we don't have any cats." I mean, they probably have cats all over their farm. "We don't have any pet cats." Keep it if you want. I don't. We don't want him." So we took it home, and that's how we found him. Is they were in a tree calling out to us when we went by each time, going, "Help, help!" So I like that. I feel like you'll find them suddenly like that. I don't feel like you'll find them looking for them. You'll find them like, "Oh, hey, hi, meow." So I like that. Um, it's a funny story because we took them home, and my dad did not want cats in the house, and so they had to be an outside cat. And they're like, "Well, keep this one, but get it fixed." Oops, didn't get it fast enough, so it ended up having 5 kittens. We kept 2 of them, got rid of the other ones, and then one was male, one was female, but before we could get either of the mama or the daughter fixed, boom, they got pregnant. We had 10 kittens, 3 adult cats and 10 kittens. Uh, and then we did get them fixed after that. I know, it was like you open the door to feed them. Meow, 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 meow. It was adorable. It's like a little choir of meows. Excuse me. So all this leads you to the 8 of Pentacles. I like this energy. It's normally a work energy, but this is doing the work to get the reward. And I feel, again, just to come to the end of this piece here, they are here to help you with your work. Work it, girl. They're going to help you work it. So I know RuPaul had a song called "Work It" or something like that. So maybe their name's going to be Ru. No, you get to choose what you want. They will let you know their name. So I love all that for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in for this one. You've got the yin yang. Okay, it's that one. And then the animal. Let's see. Are you going to get a black cougar? But there is, or not a cougar, a jaguar. You said maybe it's going to be a black cat. And then you can call him RuPaul. Anyway, let's take a look here. So you've got stability and flow for your yin yang card, which says trying to balance, juggling, uncertainty, stressful choices, and chaos. So this is the purpose of the cat, is to help you bring stability. That's so funny about falling from a tree and landing on your feet. They're showing me that. They're like, they're going to teach you how to land on your feet all the time. I love that. And then, of course, you have rebirth with a butterfly. So they are bringing this because I feel like it's going to feel a little bit chaotic because life is going to get busy for you regarding your um, singing and acting and different things. In fact, there might be a lot of kind of holiday things coming up, that so you might be busy doing different things. And so I feel like things are really going to pick up here. It says you can reinvent yourself, open to the rewards of change. You have the brilliance to share with the world. Love every part of your journey. And the cats do generally help you slow down and enjoy the adventure, right? I know that's the kind of cats I always wanted. It was because I'm not like walk in the door and have a dog going, "Hey, hey, 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 so good to see you." I want to walk in and be like calm. I want the cat to look up at me and go, "Hey." But all the cats I ended up would come running and act like a dog, and they would even fetch and bring stuff back to me. And I'm like, I didn't want a dog. I wanted a cat, but I got a dog in a cat's body. So I love that. All right, so that's for your first one there, Johanna. I love it. I love cats too. I love all animals, but I especially love cats. I think I'm a cat personality. Don't touch me. Don't pay attention to me. I'll come to you when I'm ready. All right. So we'll circle back around for your other two here in just a moment. So thank you again for your donations. Yeah, dog cat. A dat. All right. So we shall circle back. All right. So, Sudeshna, you are up. Look, you got 30/20. That's cool. Your dog is a retriever. Buddha, 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 Buddha. All right. That's what I do to dogs. Buddha, 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 Buddha. All right, Sudeshna, let's give that donation a love and a like. Thank you so much for that. Let's take a look here. So we've got Mr. T coming in here. So tomorrow you'll be going out. Ooh, well, that is a surprise. And how will the energies be? What can happen? And anything else they want you to know? All right. Let's take a look here and see what we've got here. Take a quick sip of coffee here. Cheers, everybody. All right. All right. So, what are the energies based on current energies? What are the energies of tomorrow? Got that. I do want that. I do want that one. I do want this for underneath. I think there was one more. Yep, here it is. This one right here is underneath too. All right. So we've got these three, these two underneath. Can you see those? Kind of. All right. All right. And what can happen? Okay, got 1, 2, 3. Boom, boom, boom. And anything else? I feel like we'll get everything in here. Now, the bottom of the deck. Wow, yeah, we do have here. We got the 7 of Swords, which twofold with this because we also have the 10 of Swords underneath that. So the two things, the one thing of the two things with these cards being on the bottom of the deck, the 7 of Swords is be aware of your own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, and especially the 10 of Swords expectations. Expectations are what equal disappointment. It's what sucks the life out of things. So if I want it to be this and this and this and this and this and it ends up being this, I live in lack and I'm focusing on what didn't happen. If I go in with no expectations and this happens, then I'm excited and feel like, wow, look everything that did happen instead of focusing on everything that didn't happen. So hopefully that makes sense because the 7 of Swords is a betrayal thievery card, which is how do my own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets betray me and thieve and steal an opportunity for joy by focusing in on lower vibration instead of higher, right? So it is that kind of energy going in is like if you go in without any expectations, just grateful for what is, then that allows for a joyful experience. If I'm focusing in on, I wonder if they're going to do this, I wonder if they're going to say this, I wonder if this is going to happen, I wonder if that's going to happen. It's all, oh, that didn't happen. Like 3 out of 4 things could happen, but oh, that was great, but and then that takes away from it, the experience instead of adding to it. The other thing is just be aware the 7 of Swords is a card of illusion, a card of dishonesty, a card of betrayal. So it's something to be aware of when that comes up. It's just kind of like a conflicting energy. So they're kind of saying if you let all expectations go and just enjoy something for what it is, go in with your eyes wide open, is kind of what the energy comes in with that. So that's under bottom of the deck. Now we'll get into the real questions. That's always the, hey, just so you know, this is the kind of the underlying energy that they tell us. So how will the energies be based on current energy? Oh crap. When we got the 3 of Swords, I'm sorry. I was like, oh, I know that they're not for you. And we've talked about this a lot. And I know that, you know, when our heart wants something, we will try and try and try and try and try until we're just tired of it. So I get it. And I was hopeful for you. That's why I got my hopes up for you. And then I get the first card is heartache, heartbreak, disappointment. So, and that can be, I wanted it to be this and I got this. So there's disappointment unless you get rid of these expectations out of your head. Maybe it'll go different. We'll see what else is here too. But I feel like that is very tied closely to expectations equal disappointment. No expectations equals abundance, right? What else? We do have the Knight of Cups. So there is movement of emotion that's there, sharing of emotion, which is good. It's a good thing there. Uh, Well, do you want me to pull more cards or do we want to dive into that? Because I feel like it's not, again, it's not to the depth that you're wanting to be, but they do share with you. It's someone like going, I really like you, and you're like, you like me, but I don't love you. I'm not in love with you. I like you though. I like hanging around with you, and you're like you want to be more than friends, and like was friends. It's kind of that energy where it's like, I know, I'm living it with you. All right, and you have the Ace of Wands. There is passion, attraction. It's energetic and physical attraction that's there. So just be aware that a lot of this is more. I don't feel. We'll look at this underlying energy and what can happen, the outcomes here. But it doesn't feel like they're wanting it to head into like marriage or dating or that. It feels like more hanging out with a friend, someone who you're physically and energetically attracted to, but knowing that, and this is maybe where this deceptive energy comes in, is that that's not my intention, but I would like to hang out and see what fun we can have, but I don't, you know, I'm not looking for partnership kind of energy. Let's see what's below the surface here too. Yeah, we got the Page of Pentacles. Yeah, what can I get in the physical world here along with the Hermit? Yeah. So they're wanting to be alone, and it's mainly looking at what they can experience with you in the physical world, but they're wanting to be alone. So that confirms that there. The what can happen energy here. Yeah, we got the Nine of Swords. So there's all um these are the fears, these are the expectations, these are the things that get brought up within both of you. Yeah. So and we've gotten the Tower card like every time for the last few times that we brought them up, right? And this is about trust that when someone gets removed out of your life, that it is for you. And um, even though we keep going back to it, just know that they'll keep being pulled away from you because they're not meant for you. You have this other relationship in the future here with the Six of Pentacles, which is an equal giving and receiving energy. Someone who don't have to wonder. We've even got the King of Cups on the bottom, who is this perfect compatible person that gives. Well, yeah, you have a divine counterpart, because underneath that is the Queen of Cups. You got the King and the Queen of Cups. Someone that just meshes so well with you that you don't have to wonder. They communicate. They let you know you're the only one for me, and they talk about their emotions. They communicate with you. It doesn't feel like you're chasing them or that you have to, like, this person is, you never have to wonder. They're telling you, and you're just like, wow, and that's the kind of person you deserve to be with. You're learning a lot about who you are and what you do want and what you don't want with this, you know, with the team. But don't sell yourself short. You know, don't feel like um, what is this message? They're having me go to my phone. I'm so sorry. Let me just take a look here because there was something. They're like, yeah, we talked about something. Remember, had you save something because it was going to be mentioned this weekend. Let me see what it was here. Um, what is this? Oh, this is it. You'll never obsess over someone who actually wants you. Obsession is not born from love, it's born from uncertainty. It feeds on mixed signals, unmet needs, emotional uncertainty, and the tension between what they say and what they do. It's the gap. That's from Afsa Rosette um, on Instagram. There's also more. Maybe I need to do this. Patterns don't lie, people do. You don't need proof from words, you need proof from alignment. And when attention doesn't align with intention, it's a mirror telling you to wake up. Let's normalize just leaving people, please. No explanations. The moment you start explaining your worth, you're already negotiating it. They don't need to feel what you're feeling, you do. You need to let the weight of your own disappointment hit you because that's how you learn to leave. No one tells you that growth often looks like regression from the outside. You'll cry and isolate more because your nervous system is recalibrating. Truth doesn't always heal immediately. It just stops you from lying to yourself long enough for healing to have somewhere real to land. Let's normalize simply observing. You don't need to interrogate anyone to know their character. You simply watch because reality will reveal itself to you if you are still enough to notice. So normalize saying less and doing different. Boundaries aren't about what you tell people. They're about what you stop explaining. Wow. All right, that was the one I remember reading it and going, "Holy crap." But so that's an extra message for you and whoever else was meant to hear that in this moment. Crazy. All right. So your fortune cookies here, you have your yin yang is attracting. You got the present, being present in the moment. It's about gratitude, abundance, proactively, proactively, sorry, tranquility, and success. So be here now, focusing on what you're grateful for, not expectations, like we talked about, right? And then you got the coyote, ooh, the revealer of truth. This fox coyote energy is an energy of the trickster, like that Seven of Swords. Don't take things too seriously. Make time to play. Great wisdom comes from laughing at your own folly. Look out for the traps and tricks of life and learn from them. Boom, booyah. I can't add anything to that. All right, so that's what they have for you, Sadeshna. Hang in there, my dear. I know. Love, what a wonderful adventure love is, right? Yay! That's why I love doing I love doing love readings and relationship readings because it just makes me so grateful that I've been single and a monk for over 10 years and I'm so at peace. You know, if a wonderful, amazing person came into my life that has that self-love and all that, but that's why, that's probably why I'm single is there's not a great pool of, especially in the gay community, you know, of people who have done the inner work. And it's like, I know, I'm done with those mirrors. All right. Anyway, blah blah blah. So let us switch back. So we have here. So Johanna, look at this 4444. I tell you what, you and numbers are all in the zone there. So thank you for your additional 2 donations, and we will dive in and find out more here. Less about Bretta Zen, more about you guys. All right. Let's shuffle these up. Switch into your energy here, Jojo. All right. So we were at question 2, which is you feel like something has shifted in your blood family. You saw your dad and sister today. Have you grown? All right, let's take a look here. What has shifted evidently in your blood family, and have you grown? Well, we know you have. Let's see uh, what they want you to know about how you've grown. Okay. Yes, 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 yes. Bottom of the deck, you do have the Two of Pentacles, which is a wonderful balancing energy in here. And it is much of a balanced sense that you have. It's not so, whoa, you don't go to extremes. It's more, instead of up and down, it's more, we still have small ups and small downs, but it just feels like it's this instead of whoa, 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 whoa. So definitely that sounds like growth and progress, right? So I love that. What's changed with your blood family? Let's take a look and see what we got here. Do you have the Two of Swords? What's interesting with this is I don't feel like they have changed much. That's funny because you've got the twos here, which is the power of choice. But the Two of Swords is about the change of story, that a lot of what has changed is your story that you put towards your family, because the world just is. But um, when it gets in here, that's where we put meaning. That's where we put, that's where our perception. We don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. And as we change, then the outside world changes, especially how we, um, how we view the world and perceive the world changes when our story changes. So I feel like that is a big piece of what you're realizing is, wow, I'm seeing this, my family different. Well, it's because you've changed. Interesting, right? Yep, Justice card, balance, more balancing energy here. And this is, you're seeing things from a higher perspective and you let go of old small t truths and expectations that were rooted in fear. So you are more accepting of who they are, and instead of focusing on who they weren't and what they don't do and blah blah blah, you're more in a place of, like I said, this balance where you just accept them more as they are, with less and less and less and less expectations. So I like that. And you have the King of Cups. Again, a balanced energy between head and heart. So very, very big balance energy. It doesn't mean, again, that because the scales don't sit perfectly, they go up and they go back. And some days we're like, ugh, and other days we're like, well. So it goes back and forth. Do you like my sound effects? It's not words, it's sound. Yeah, or oh. And then you have the Magician. Yeah. And this is a big piece of it. You've learned that you are the magician. You have everything that you need within you, and that family and everyone else, everything is above and beyond extra. But that I am enough and I don't need anyone to be or do anything. I'm enough. That's, they're just extra. And that's what it feels. Instead of like, oh God, they're so extra. It's, they're extra. They're above and beyond there. So interesting. You have grown. Let's dive a little more into that here too. Yeah, the Wheel of Fortune. You've really looked at life in a way where you're looking at the tune of for me. You're processing a lot of things, realizing there's a gift in things, that life doesn't happen to me, that life does happen for me. And this, is how you're looking at how that comes for you here. I like that. And the 10 is really standing out, allowing new beginnings, letting old things go, allowing you to live more in the moment comes in with this too. Below the surface here, you do have the Devil card. Yeah. Letting go of a lot of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. Wow, 3 major arcana. So you've had major growth. And the World card, which is an ending of an old cycle, beginning of new adventures. So, all 3 of these cards together show that you really looked at some long held beliefs that you had gleaned and learned from popular opinion growing up, from family and everything else. realizing, and then, there was a lot of contradiction growing up of don't do what I do, do as I say, or people saying this is what we should do. And like, well, you guys don't do that. Why are you expecting me to do it? And there's this release of a lot of that going, you know what? That was for my growth. And I'm understanding now as I go back and look at it as the adult self I am and holding the hand of my inner children as I go through these past experiences. So I love this growth. A lot of balance has come in here. So I love that. We'll see what your fortune cookies say here too. But kudos, kudos. And more, more, like I said, the scales go out of balance a little bit, which is normal. And then you look at it and then you balance back. Before it was like, bzz, 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 right? But now it's like it goes and you're like, oh, okay. And you balance back. Maybe not like right away, but none of us do usually. But in some things we might, but in other things we may not. All right. And then let's see what your spirit animal is here too. So in there. All right. So for your yin yang oracle, oh my gosh. Family foundation. It's commitment, home, marriage, celebration, security. So it really feels here. Excuse me. Yeah. What is that with the throat chakra? Speaking your truth, right? But I feel like this, you're changing the definitions here. This is like the devil card. This is the long held beliefs. You're supposed to be committed to family. Family's supposed to feel like home. You're supposed to be married and create family, and family's supposed to be all about celebration, and family's supposed to bring you security. And you're like, no, 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 no. But you get to redefine it and you get to step outside of those long held beliefs and you get to change your story. Yeah, and then you have play. I like that. Like the dolphins. What do they call it? A pride of dolphins? No, I forget. A school of dolphins, right? Swim in the happy joy of living. Inhale confidence and exhale fear. Dive into your wisdom. Go with the flow. So that is a good energy there with it. I love dolphins too. But let it be playful with family instead of serious. So I like that. So that was for number 2. I'm gonna take a sip here to clear away this frog here. Maybe I have some more work to do on family. All right. So for number 3, and thank you again for your multiple donations here. You wanted to know here, was the dragon you drew your spirit guide dragon? Ooh, okay. Let's take a look here. Let's see, was that them? So was it them? We'll see if that was a real picture of them or was it influenced by them? And/or we'll put that here. Either way, I feel like they wanted to bring you a message from your dragon guide here. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, countdown to something. All right. Excellent. 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 All right, let's bring these down here like this. I want to organize it more. There you go. So was that a picture of your dragon guide? Got the 6 of Pentacles. I don't feel like that was an actual like picture representation. The 6 of Pentacles is a give and receive energy, you know. And they're like, I can come to you in many different forms. I can come to you in many different, like they aren't just a dragon. They can take whatever form. They're like we're all shapeshifters in the spirit world. We can become whatever we want. always. And so same thing with our interactions with human, we can become whoever. They're like that can be one representation of me, and that's totally cool. It's not who I was in that moment, but it is a possibility of how I could come to you. I like that. Was it from them? Yeah, the star card. Ding ding ding. Yep, this is like your um guiding star here. So like yes, yes, I did the inspiration of drawing a dragon that did come from them because they wanted to communicate with you. The bottom of the deck, you have the Nine of Pentacles, which is like the hermit energy, which is about you being independent and with spirit. You're never alone. So I like that energy. Even the Page of Wands underneath that, which is about action and movement, but also like an upgrade because it's an 11 number, that it is about this, moving to a higher energy, like a download or an energetic upgrade. It's like a gift they want to give you with this Ace of Pentacles underneath that. Like, I want to give this to you. I have this gift of higher energy, an energetic gift that gives you access. It's almost like a game, gives you access to a new level. Look, here's this gift. I like that. Like a quest. But the message they want to give you is this 321. Let's see what we got here. You do have the sun, Leo energy, shine bright. Here you are, be you in the spotlight, right? The Three of Pentacles, be true to your authentic self. Let your creativity shine. It's part of your being to share this creativity with the world. And the Ace of Swords, through communication, that can be through voice with vocal, but it's about speaking your truth, sharing, speaking your creativity. So whether that's poetry and doing a poetry night where you go and with the, if you ever see the old poetry things back in the, what was that, back in the 70s or 60s, they'd wear all black with their beanies and yes, 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 they'd snap their fingers. They're showing me that in my head, from an old movie, I think. But there is this speaking your creativity. Interesting. Leading you to the Five of Swords, the battle between the head and the heart, and then yeah, you had the Page of Wands. Here's the Ace of Wands. And it's like the battle. You got all these aces, these new beginnings, this new way, this new inspiration. And the battle between the head and the heart here is that your head is, of course, all of our human side of our uh, thinking brain is, well, this is what you should do, and this is the process. This is, how it's normally done. And then we're like, okay, well, this is what I need to do, instead of the heart going, oh, I want to do this. I need to be expressed here. Go here. I'm drawing you here. I'm drawing you here. And the mind's going, what are you doing? Get back here. Trying to hold back the heart on a leash. And it's like, nope. Allow your heart, your passion, your inspiration to draw you, not the mind going, well, no, you really shouldn't do that. The heart's like, oh, come on. I like that. Which leads you to, yeah, the Ten of Pentacles, abundance, fullness of life here. So yeah, when we're living by our brain, we're existing, right? When we're living from our heart, then we are living instead. And that's what that Ten of Pentacles feels like, is feeling fullness of life, feeling abundant and grateful, instead of rushing to get somewhere and feeling that disappointment. I mentioned in my new podcast, one of the ways that I realize whether I'm in my expectations or if I'm in gratitude is, do I feel like, I check in with my feelings. Do I feel like I'm like behind, trying to catch up and trying to get somewhere? Then I'm in an expectation, because that's always expectations up here and I'm down here trying to get up to zero, you always feel like we're behind trying to catch up. When I'm in gratitude, then there is no expectation. I'm just like, wow, I love this. And oh, there's just more, kind of energy. So hopefully that helps. All right, let's see what else we got here for your yin yang and for your spirit animal. So you've got until debt tears us apart. Here's that feeling of being indebted, feeling behind, feeling like I need to catch up. It's Saturn energy, which is the devil card. Capricorn, work, 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 work. It gets into the mind um, instead of the heart. It's all about restrictions and adversity, structure, learning karmic lessons, and maturity. So I like that focus in there. That's it's basically reinforcing what we had here. Ooh, and then we return. We have the raven. Here's your bird. You get the birds. I know you like ravens and crows like I do. You are the creator and the magician. Like these are two things that came up in your readings. Use your gifts for good. There is power in your wisdom and your words. Connect with the elemental spirits and glide through the void. Claim your place as keeper of the mysteries. Ooh, I love that. There's that connecting with that shaman energy. And I feel like this cat energy, of course, we talked about that in your first reading, connecting back. It's like all this card like connected all three of your readings. I love it. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for all your donations. I greatly appreciate those. Many blessings. All right. Then we have Ashvin Ray. Hello, hello. Let's grab your timestamp here. There we go. And thank you. Let's give that donation a little. Sorry if you just heard my stomach growl. Are you hungry? All right. So, Ashvin, good to see you. You're stressing out about your career and finances. Yay. Right. Please guide you on future career and finances, your financial difficulties. All right. Yeah, I hear you. So let's see what Spirit wants you to know here. So first of all, let's talk about finances. I feel like are the big uh, energy, right? Well, I feel like they're just bridging it all together because I feel like they're very connected. You've got 4 and 4. There's like this. You can kind of see it in the thing here. What's at the core of here? The 7 of Swords. That makes sense because that is our troublemaker in our lives is the noodle. I always say the noodle. This is the one that causes us to have these interesting events in our life, right? Because the 7 of Swords is about being aware of my own stories and thoughts and beliefs that steal opportunities and steal things from me in the outside world. Stress means fear. Fear means we have these small t truths rooted in fear of what, what do we feel will happen if I have nothing, if I lose everything, what am I afraid of? That is the thing to face because that's what's below the surface. We have surface levels of what if I don't find a job? What if I don't do well in my career? What if I don't have enough money and I don't can afford somewhere to live and I lose all my possessions and I end up sleeping on a couch or I'm homeless and am I going to die on the edge of town starving to death alone and get eaten by wolves? Is a story that when I went into my fears, I'm like, what am I afraid of? Why am I so earlier in my life when I was all about career and all about money as my security, and I'm like, what am I afraid of? What if I lost everything? I'd put myself there, and I'm like, I'd be fine. I'd be a lot less stressed because I wouldn't have any bills to pay if I lived out, you know, on the edge of town under a tree. I'm like, yeah, I might, I might have to go somewhere where it's warmer, where I wouldn't freeze to death, and, um, what if I get eaten by animals? What if I'm like, "Well, am I afraid of death?" So it's really getting into the root of our fears of understanding what is the at the root. We have surface, which is we're taught, oh, what will people think if you lose your job or don't have a job or don't make money, and no one will love you, everyone will hate you, you're going to die alone. It's kind of like, "Ah," right? It's kind of common. You're not alone in that if that's what it is. But we dive deep and we find out what's below the surface that's there, right? um So let's see what we have here. This is finances. This is career. We wanted to start with finances. What guidance do they have you around finances? The Eight of Cups is about walking away from emotions that don't serve you anymore, which tells us that there's emotions that you gleaned when you were 7 years old and younger that are below the surface, that are emotions that are related to lack, the feeling that you have to do so much to get so little, that you don't deserve to have things be easy, that things don't come easy for you. They have to be hard. There's something about that in your childhood that can be released because this emotional energy of your inner child is the one that's keeping things away. Like, um, has the forest fields up, keeping opportunities and money and love and whatever it feels you don't deserve yet. Because by golly, you have to put 1,000 love or action or abundance coins to get one back. It's a way out of balance kind of energy with that. So that's at the root of the money. Yeah, the moon card again, deep emotions that can be revealed here. Um, so you know, there's two things that impact abundance and whatever that, if that's love or finances or career or whatever abundance, what keeps things from coming to us are two things. One is our inner child that has this out of balance belief that you have to do so much to get so little. So it has force fields keeping things away until it feels you deserve it. And then it lets it down, lets it in, it resets, nothing else. You have to work at it again. All that work up to that 1,000 coins again to get one back. That's why we have moments of like, receiving and then dry spells again, right? The other thing is our energy, our focus. If I'm focusing in on this moment, the gratitude for what I do have in my life right now, we can't fake energy. It's who am I being? Am I being someone of gratitude? And I'm really grateful for the abundance I have, the money I have, the people in my life, the whatever, blah, blah, blah. What am I thankful for, right? Usually gratitude doesn't have blah, blah, blah in it, but you get it. But if I'm focusing on what I don't have, like I don't have enough, I need more, like I'm in a financial difficulty, and understandable. We have those fears that draw us into that because that's what we're taught as humans. But the more energy I focus in on fear and the lack, I get more of that. My energy draws that in. So the inner child, we look at that to question, who is it when I was younger that I felt I gave so much to and got so little from? That's where the forgiveness and the release, knowing they did the best they could with what they knew and what they, or it wasn't personal, and that is not a correct rate of exchange. I deserve one to one. It's resetting that, and then also keeping in mind what I'm doing with, um, you know, my energy. Is my focus in on what I'm grateful for or what I feel is missing from my life? So, some things again, looking at those fears, where does that come from? Let's see what else around finances here. Yeah, the Sun card. There is so much available here. The Sun is about focusing on inner child energy too. Usually it has a baby on a horse, which this is your inner child going, I'm trying to tell you, I want to get rid of this. I don't like keeping track of this 1,000 anymore, because they're on like a little chalkboard with an old blackboard with a piece of chalk. One, I have to do hatch marks up to 1,000 for all that. So interesting. And then what else around here? Yeah, we got this Two of Pentacles, this balancing energy, seeing things from a higher perspective. It does show that there's two of you that is living this life, right? You have your human perspective and then the capital T truth. We have small t truths rooted in fear and our human experience, but we also have the ability to connect to our higher self. I do like the Sun card and the Pentacle coming out because those are balance and abundance energies saying that there is abundance available for you, but you have to allow it to come in. You have to talk with your inner child and go, "Come here, boo, let's talk," and realize that you don't have to have those force fields up. You can get rid of that chalkboard, can get rid of that chalk, and we're just going to have equal 1 to 1. We deserve that. And so you help them reset that because that's below the surface and the subconscious. Conscious, so you're like, I want it all. Yes, no, what? I'm not rejecting everything away. But the inner child below the surface, the one that's in charge of the force fields, is like, nope, nope, we don't deserve that. So they're the one that we need to convince and talk with and, hug and go, no, no, that's that's not what they meant. And that's not true. Let me tell you the truth, and then our focus of our energy. So you have this ability to have this abundance come in. Career, you do have the Four of Swords. Yeah. Four of Swords is rest your mind. And again, it comes back to getting rid of these expectations. Get out of your head of my career. I'm supposed to do this, should do this, because all those expectations, we end up focusing on lack, what's not happening. And I feel like here, we'll see what these other cards are here. I feel like you're gaining a lot of clarity around what you do want, because sometimes when we're trying to push to exist in the way that our mind says we're supposed to, that's not what our heart wants. It's what, well, I need to do this. And if we're hitting a lot of blockades, it can, in addition to our inner child and that our focus, if we sit and go, my career, is it feeling like it's something that I'm trying to get to, or is it something that I feel like I'm expressing and I'm living? Because if we're not living what our heart wants, it's going to feel like work, not a career. And I feel like there's some energy. Let's see what else is around here too. Yeah, we got the Devil card, which is the work card. It's Capricorn energy ruled by Saturn that rolls over the 10th house of work. But this is that long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, a lot of mental energy. Get out of your head around all these expectations. And where's your heart leading you? Maybe this is a big time in your life where you're like, I thought this is what I wanted, but I'm finding that I'm living someone else's dream and not my own. And we know that when we wake up in the morning going, oh crap, I got to go live my dream today. That's someone else's dream, not ours, right? I feel like yeah, the Knight of Wands. Where's your passion want to take you? This is the quest for your passion. The career is, what is it that you truly want? Where's your passion, your heart drawing you, not where your mind is telling you you're supposed to go. Yeah, and we have the Hermit. There's a little bit of stepping away energy here, focusing in on, it's getting away from it all, connecting with your higher self, but it's also this energy of like being independent. I don't know if you've ever wanted to start your own company, your own business, but there is this energy of doing things yourself, seeing things differently. And that comes back to that Seven of Swords of my thoughts going, no, I could never do that. But what does your heart want? And I feel like this is a big piece of this for you. So hopefully that helps a little bit. I know, when we're in the midst of, oh my gosh, I'm going to lose everything. But what are we fearing? You know, what are we fearing? Let's see what your fortune cookies say here. Got your yin yang and your spirit animal. All right, thank you. Your yin yang says Venus, the ruler of the heart, and an offer. Romance, love, beauty, creative arts, wealth, harmony, attraction, and offer. when you follow your heart, an offer comes in, and then everything just falls into place. But Venus, it's about allowing your heart to rule, not Capricorn Saturn. I like that. And you have a friend. Oh, boo 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 boo, which this is a dog. Today I will love without condition. My energy and enthusiasm are an inspiration. I choose to be happy. I'm a protector and a friend. I like that because that is, I choose joy. I choose gratitude. I choose unconditional love and play and laughter. We can get so serious about life because, oh my God, I'm going to lose. One thing that helps us step out of fear is joy, laughter, gratitude, unconditional love, energy. So hopefully that helps, Ashvin. Hang in there. We send you lots of love. It's all going to be okay. When I start to worry about things, which I do, I'm human. I do have times where if things change, um, um, we can get into that place. But when I start to feel one of the things that really helped me in life is going, you know what? I'm either going to get through this moment or I'm not. And in either case, I'm going to be fine. Because I'm either going to get through it and I'm going to be fine, or I'm not going to get through it and I'm going to be dead, which I'll be more than fine then, because then I'll be back into the realm of unconditional love. So it's about really going, I'm going to be okay. Calm to say something. I can't say that on YouTube. Calm yourself. We calm ourselves down. All right. No, I'm not going to say it. You can't. What were you going to say, Brenda? No, I can't say it. It has to do with these, but on not a male. It's something they say in the United States. All right. So enough said on there. All right. So let me take a look here. Let me check some timestamps here. All right. So up next we do have. So hello, Alice. We've got Alice for ×2, and then we have a Maria P. Hello. Via Z PayPal. That is how we will go about that here. Let me just say hi to some other people that have come in here too. Got Patricia, hello, and Zara. Hello, and Nea, hello. Oh, you're very welcome for the post there. All right. We said hello there, and we said hello to Olivier, I believe. Hello, my friend. And I think that is all who have come in here. At least said, if anyone's hanging out that hasn't said anything, hello to you too. I know sometimes I like just hanging out and not participating in the chat, but I say hello to you too. Thank you guys again for being here. And all the thumbs up does help spread the Zen love. You're part of the Love Tsunami. It's a great way to give a little love to me and the channel and to the world, because you are part of that beautiful love tsunami. All right, let's take a sip here and then we'll dive in for more here. Cheers, everybody. I tell you what, maybe it's this cup. It's just big. I end up getting a little mustache. All right. Maybe I need a little teacup. No, I don't. My mouth is too big for a little teacup. All right. So, Alice, you are up. Let's grab yours. ×2. We're at 119.15. Boom, boom. There we go. So, thank you for your upside down stickers there. God, it's kind of the way that we're still smiling, but it just feels like the world feels upside down today. It does feel kind of odd, right? So, let's give these a shuffle. Connect with your energies, and we will dive in here. All right. So, up first here, Alice, for number 1, you got RJ's thoughts and feelings about you today. All right. Let's take a look here. What are their thoughts? All right. What are their feelings? I feel like this is underneath the surface, though. Today, and let me highlight that so I can find it. There it goes. And do they even plan on responding? Okay, their intentions. I got the Ace of Pentacles that came out. It showed itself, so that's what we'll talk about first. There is a Nine of Wands. There is a bit of blocking that's happening right now, but I feel like this is spirit. I call it rooster blocking because you can't say the other. I don't think on YouTube it might be offensive, but it's basically an energy of spirit will step in with in accordance with our higher self and our or they don't just do it because they want to, they do it because at the guidance of our soul and our spirit. They'll step in and just keep things separated on purpose for us. um and so there's purpose with this delay, this keeping things at bay, we'll say. Because we do have the Ace of Pentacles, as far as do they plan on responding, which is a new opportunity in the future. And it goes back to that they they do want an opportunity to meet with you, but there's also underneath that, I want an opportunity to try to like reconnect and get a foot in the door in your life again. And we got the Hierophant. And the energy of this delay here is so that you can see capital T truths. Like in this pausing period, you've learned a lot about yourself and the observations of what you're like in reflection of your interactions with them. Like what drew me to them? What has caused me to want to be away from them? And let me sit back and observe from like a third party point of view. I'm stepping out of my experiences and I'm seeing them differently. And I feel like you've grown a lot and clarity has come in through all this here too. Yeah. And your Queen of Cups, you've really tuned into your intuition here too, with this. So it's also something about water sign energy. We are going into Scorpio on Wednesday, Scorpio season, for the sun. The sun's moving into Scorpio. The moon goes into Scorpio 2 or 3 days every month. Um, and we go, so we have like periods of 2 or 3 days and Pisces and, Scorpio and Cancer, you know. So that moon energy is when you're really in tune. But I feel like you've been really picking up a lot of things psychically, empathically as well. So that's what this Nine of Wands has been about. It's been giving you some clarity as well. So it'll make the experience different. So, and also it helps us deal with our trusting timing, knowing that it is always for us, and to kind of surrender and release that a little bit too, right? Maybe. All right. But let's see here. What are RJ's current thoughts towards you? Got the Three of Wands. Yeah, they are trying to plan a different direction. Knight of Swords. They do want to communicate. There's a movement of thought. There's a desire to communicate in their head. But this Three of Wands with the Knight of Swords, usually the Three of Wands is going a different direction, but it's interesting with this energy is I'm trying to find a way around the obstacle so I can it's like I'm trying to find a way to get in back into your house. Not like physically like theft or anything like that. Let's say your what do they call it? That's not the real house, it's the pretend house of you, your life. It's like, well, if you won't let me in the front door, then maybe I can go in through the that sounds bad. In through the back door or in through one of the windows or the patio or, or climb in the tree and get in, you know, but it's not physically, it's symbolic, your symbolic house. What's another way I can get in? And that, again, that's their thinking. Okay. How can I go about this? What can I say? How can I approach this so that I can smooth things over and hypnotize, mesmerize, and get you to open the door like a vampire, right? Invite me in. No. What was it? What was it you that we did? Land shark, candygram. Anyway, what are their emotions? That's their thinking. What are their feelings? Got the Eight of Pentacles. Yeah, let's see what these other ones are, because that is a card of I put in the work, I deserve the reward. The Ace of Swords. They do want clarity. Their heart wants clarity. What did I do? And the Seven of Pentacles. The last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. There is that energy here. We'll see what this underlying card is here too, but there's that energy of if I wait long enough, then um and this is how they work with other people too. If I wait long enough, the impatience of the other person makes them want will give more concessions, meaning they will allow more. Um, like if they keep holding off and not responding or whatever, and you're like, "Well, I wanted to meet in a public place, and you could bring me my stuff," and they're like, "Well, I can't. I don't have time and all that. But if you want your stuff back, if you want to come over to my place, you can get that stuff." And you're like, "No, no, no," said the spider to the fly, right? "Come into my web." You're like, "No, no, 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 no." "Well, I can bring it over to your place." "No, no, 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 no." Uh, Meet in public, kind of thing. Um, that's funny. But anyway, and the underlying energy of under all that is the Four of Cups. They want that emotional stability. And that makes sense here with their heart, this being their feelings. They they the Four of Cups is an energy of, it's almost like boredom. This person is looking at the three cups of the outside world, and relationships is one of them, situations and things. Those are the three cups we look for emotional fulfillment. It's what we're taught to define ourselves by. It's taught where to find our emotional fulfillment from, all of that, right? But the Ace of Cups is really what we're looking for, but the relationships of the outside world are not fulfilling. This goes back to the I need three people in my life um, at all times to feel fulfilled, which is third party situations. And but this is actually four party situations that this is more them and then having three people in their life because it doesn't fulfill them, right? Um, so they are looking at you as one of their sources, but I think we talked about they're always moving eggs and they don't put all their eggs in one basket because they know um, that they don't do well with relationships. And well, they don't look at it that way. They look at relationships don't work out. They just don't work out. And they're like, "Well, what about that person that has relationships?" Or no, that's different. Oh, these are all different, but this is normally how relationships they don't work out. So you don't hold on to them. That's their experiences. Interesting. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here too. What else do they want you to know about RJs? There we go. All right. Yep. Guarded, vulnerable, holding patterns, security at all costs, blocked heart chakra. That kind of defines RJ at this point in their life. Your animal spirit guide is protector. And here is that Nine of Wands. The they're protecting you. They're blocking here. It's the white stag. Says you are an old soul. Your best friend is nature. Use your intuition to take you where you want to go. Awaken to the powerful force within you. And you are meant to create blessings with your magic. So I love that. Oh, there we go. Sorry. For some reason, my screen froze for a sec. But I like this. Um, Especially, I feel like that's great message down there, but I feel like they really wanted to reinforce the protector that they are actually this block keeping them away. So they're actually protecting you from experiencing things that you don't need to experience anymore. Um, but I do feel like they'll eventually, um, that'll eventually work out where you guys will be able to get together there. So I like it. All right. So that is what they have for that one for number one. So thank you again for your dual donations. We'll dive into number two here. Hello, Anna. Good to see you. Hello. Hope you're doing well today. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So let's dive into number two here, Alice. So, how is RJ thinking that you feel and think about them today? All right. I like that. How do they think that I'm thinking? How do they feel about how I'm feeling? What's in their head, right? So their impression, what's their perception of how you are thinking about them today? Okay. What else? Right, that was an extra. I didn't even want to grab that one. It came out, so we're going to take it. And then how do they feel you feel, or how do they think you feel about them? Okay, today. And that underneath. Okay. All right. Let me just adjust these here. It's interesting. You got one. You have one card, and then three cards, and then three cards and one card. So there's this. The mind. They think you think one way and you feel another, um, which definitely represents them their own mirror of them own selves too. We have the 10 of wands. The 10 of wands, there's this going back and forth energy, which makes sense with this too, which because it's, that when they're in their head, they think this, when they're in their heart, they think this. It's and the 10 of wands is it's either this feeling of abundance or this feeling of burden, and it goes back and forth and back and forth. And that's what how they perceive you too, is that, when you're in your head, you feel like it's a burden and you because all these expectations you have, it's so much work. But when you're in your heart, you are feeling like abundance because I make you feel really good, even though I don't meet up to your expectations. So they see you as being conflicted. And that's a good time for them to strike. Not in a, you know, dangerous way, but to try to get back in. It's like when people are conflicted and that's represents confusion, then I can get in there, right? So interesting. All right. So first of all, how do they think that you are at in your mind? The 9 of Pentacles, they feel like your thoughts around them are I want to be by myself. I don't want to be around RJ is the 9 of Pentacles. You're thinking that you don't want me in your life, that you want to be alone, away from them. They feel the reasons underneath the surface here. Yeah, the Judgment card, which is they they do feel like you're um, this is their perception, of course, right? This is a mirror. When we ask how do other people think and feel about me, realize that so much of that is about in their minds. This is a reflection of where more about themselves than it is about us. So just putting that out here, we don't believe all this. It's just what's going on inside of their head. Remember, we're in crazy land over there. I'm just kidding. They're not crazy. We're in that human brain over there. So judgment. The reason why you want to be alone is because you judge me so harshly with all of your rules, all these expectations you have that I don't meet up with. That's why you don't want to be around me because your mind is so judgy. The Queen of Pentacles is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. They feel that you are trying to care for yourself. In a way, they're like, you want to be alone because um, you're wounded and you want to take time alone. And the 10 of Cups is this energy of togetherness and joy. And um, they feel like, well, you think that you would be happier alone, but I know better. So it's interesting. They're like, yeah, I get it. I know that this is your thinking, but your thinking is flawed, is what they believe. You don't see things clearly. I get it. That's what they're thinking, but they're like, but if I can tap into your heart, it'll can bypass your brain. Interesting. Now, where they think you're coming from in your heart, yeah, the King of Swords. They feel like your heart is being held captive by the King of Swords, the ruler of the mind, the mastermind. It's like your mind has your heart imprisoned, and that's what we're talking about. That they feel they can, if I can break out your heart from your mind, then you're mine. You know, and Queen of Swords, yeah. If they can, and this is like a little progression here, as well. We've got this little, um, the King of Swords is all the mind. The Queen of Swords is balancing the mind with the heart. It's like this progression, and then they get, yep, and then the lovers. So it's exactly what I was saying, right? If I can get past the mind, get to your heart, then I can get into that lover energy. Underneath the surface, yeah, they've got these fears. The Nine of Swords. Again, it's all this um, fear energy. And I feel like they're thinking, if I can put your fears at ease, then again, you're mine. Um, I can, and I don't feel like it's like their intention is not manipulation, but it's like they're like, this is how I can get what I want, is a better way to say it. This is how I can get what I want. If I can make you feel safe, then I can do that. All right. So let's see what else we have here. Um, but I feel like um, how they think you feel about them is, in your heart you love me and you want to be with me, but your mind is the one that's keeping your heart captive, and it's because of all these rules that you have. I know. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, we got release, purge energy. Surrender, emotional release, clearing, walking away. They're like, so your spirit guides are like, just walk away. You don't need to prove anything. If you let's see, if you go back to Sudeshna's reading, there was a great thing I read from Instagram for them. I feel like it's very helpful in situations like this as well. Um, Sudeshna's was at 30:20. If you want to go back, and it's toward the end of her reading. Yeah, because you have your inner knowing. It's not that your thinking is flawed. You're like, no, I know what I want. You are a brave traveler. Your soul knows the way. Be confident. You will achieve your destination. Loyal friends are always with you. Don't worry, you're blessed. Let yourself fly. It's the goose. You are the goose that lays the golden egg, so you don't have to be. You are not, you're like, and I am not the goose that laid the golden egg in um, the story of Jack and the Beanstalk. I am not going to be owned by a giant or Jack or anyone. I lay my own golden eggs. Thank you. That's funny. I like that. All right. So that's what they have for you for your two questions there, Alice. Thank you again for your donations. I greatly appreciate those. All right. So up next, we'll have Maria P via Z PayPal, and then Anna, you'll be up after that. All right. So Maria P, that's exactly at 140. I got a lot of number things happening today. I love it. Boom, boom, boom. So thank you for your donation. Let's go down here and get your questions. Step into yours and Wally's energy here. All right, I'm going to take a quick sip here too. Cheers, everybody. Almost drink it without a mustache. There we go. All right. So, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Let's see what's going on in Wally's world. That always cracks me up. From Family Vacation, the movie. Wally's world. Okay. He seems very stressed out and didn't even send a pic when you asked. He said, I love you. Okay, let's take a look here. So, what's that all about? So, what's coming for you guys this weekend? Okay, boom, 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 boom. 4, well, 2 and 2. Okay, see what that's about. Does he think that you're upset? Okay. What is that? Okay, look at that. Updates on the dark side and what's going on. Okay. All right, I do want all those. Hello, Maria. Hello, hello. All right. Let's see here. Right on time. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Well, let's see what we got here. Wally's thoughts towards you today. Got the Two of Pentacles. Their thoughts are pretty balanced here. I do feel they're a bit distracted today as well because it feels very balanced energy. It just feels with this cycle of this infinity symbol, it just feels like things are just going. And mentally, emotionally, yeah, the Two of Swords, Two of Pentacles and Two of Swords. They're very, very distracted today. But it also feels like, this we're in the last like week of Libra balancing energy. I just really feel like the imbalances in their life are really being amplified. Excuse me. um, and so they're very distracted by life. It's just like life kind of feels like out of balance. And they put something on here and it goes too far. So they put something on here, it goes too far. It's like, gosh, they're trying to balance, but it just like they can't balance things. And that's where this distraction comes in because it feels like there's all this stuff that just feels out of whack. So hopefully that makes sense. He seems very stressed out. Didn't even send a pic, and he said, "I love you." What's this about? We've got the Eight of Wands. Yeah, very, very busy. Going, 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 going. We got the Queen of Swords. Yeah, they're trying to balance their head and their heart. And there's all this Eight of Wands. So the energy I just talked about coming through in these cards here. But I do feel like it's like they're showing me my head. Do you ever see like the entertainers that do the long sticks and try to keep plates going and spinning plates on these sticks, and they have to keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, and that's what they feel. And if they don't do it, then a plate falls off and breaks. Like, oh god! And then another one, they're like, no, I gotta keep all these going, and it just feels like that kind of busy, busy, crazy, crazy kind of energy going on. So interesting. Um, so I feel like that's what's going on. It's not that, they're like, I love you. And they're like, they might have even been so that they didn't see that you wanted to pick. Because they're like responding, glancing and answering you and trying to answer you in between everything else that just feels like, you know, crazy busy energy. Um, what's coming up for you guys this weekend? So you've got two situations here. One, you've got the Six of Cups and the Page of Swords. There is some sort of communication, clarity around interaction with children. I feel like there is something coming up here. I don't know. This doesn't necessarily feel like your children. So it could be like the school and children um, get sending you information, talking to you about doing something. I feel like they're going to do something for Halloween coming up, and they're planning on this, and because it feels work, work children related, doing something at the school kind of energy. So it feels like that kind of an action. It kind of feels almost a little bit um, tasky. It doesn't feel like, "Hey, babe, I was wondering." It's like, "Hey, would you be able to do this? And we can do this and da 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 da." It's like it feels like it's communication, but it doesn't feel like communication. It just feels like mental communication, not communication from the heart. So I feel like there's some of that going on, and just understand they're in task mode because of all this stuff. Yeah, they're stressed, they're busy, they got all this stuff, and it's like, all right, allow them to be in that mode, um, because you're not gonna get them out of it. And then the other one here, you have the King of Pentacles, which is a wonderful sense of abundance, and the Nine of Pentacles. So, there is this feeling of, because the Nine of Pentacles is a hermity, alone, independent energy. So I feel like this weekend is more to your guys' self right now. And that's okay. Sometimes we need that to happen. And it's a good opportunity for you to, with that King of Pentacles too, just remember that your worth isn't dependent on anyone else's actions or non-actions, their words or their silence, that this is here, right? Oh, well, we'll find out about dark side here, updates on the dark side. Um, it's but this is all pointing back, and anything that you're experiencing, including fear around them hanging out with the dragon, look at that fear and go, what if they are? What if they do choose to go back to baby mama and have a relationship with them and not you? Is that going to ruin your life? No. It's going to free you up. You know, you're like, all right, then it's not for me. And thank you for showing me you're not for me. Not, oh, this means something about me. So that is part of the King of Pentacles. And this time alone allows you this opportunity to learn this, right? Um, let's see. This is updates on the dark side. This is, does he think you're upset? Temperance. No, that's the opposite of upset. This is patient and calmness. So they don't feel like you're upset. Below the surface here. Yeah. I like this, that you got the Magician and the Page of Wands. The reason I laugh is because both of these are very energetic, passionate, fiery kind of energies. And it's like, "Oh, no. I I will never have to wonder if you're upset or think, are you or not? I will know when you're upset." You can't hide it. When you're upset, it's like the little, in fact, this red here, the on that, Inside Out Pixar, where there's that little red guy when he's anger, and when he gets upset, it's fire. There's no it's like you have fire that and they're like, "No, I know you're not upset. I would know." Yeah, the 6 of Wands is, easy flow energy. So I don't they it's balanced energy. They're like, "No, I don't feel like you're upset." Um, I feel like more, you know, it's the energy we talked about before, where they don't feel like you're upset, but they feel like something's off with you. But they got all this other stuff going on, and you're part of the out of balance feeling. They're like, "I don't feel like we're connected like we normally are, and something's going on." um, on your side. They're like, you're distracted too. Um, I don't feel like we did before. Something's up, kind of energy. All right. And then update on the dark side. What's going on over there? See, we've got the chariot, which is action, motion, choices to be made over there. And I feel like been talking about that a little bit too, right? Like they're in this energy of, I need to make choices, I need to make some decisions. But we also talked about that they're kind of holding off until they get a better understanding of what's going on between the two of you. Um, what else is going on the dark side over there? Yep, Seven of Swords, lying, deceit, betrayal, all this energy. You're very welcome. Thank you always for all your donations. I appreciate these. Um, Not sharing the whole truth, hiding things from the dragon because the dragon is unstable, and they're just like, it's just better just to pretend for them not to have them. I have enough on my plate. We talked about this before. They're bringing this back. I have enough on my plate because if the dragons burning things, it's another big thing. I'm just doing enough, but I'm not being truthful with them. I'm just telling them what they need to hear till I can get past this thing that's going on in my life, right? Yeah, the Knight of Wands. There is a lot of uh, how do we want to say this? There's a lot of here, like with the Chariot in the Knight of Wands, is the need for action, the quest of stepping into my power. But the knight hasn't reached the dragon's cave yet, right? The Knight of Wands is, I'm learning my power. I'm on my horse. I'm headed towards confronting the dragon, slaying the dragon, not killing them, but slaying the dragon. Um, but yeah, and this is the Queen of Wands, is they are a fiery person, So I feel like right now, in the Knight of Wands serves the Queen of Wands in a way. I feel like they're kind of being accommodating, not romantically, physically, um, but more so doing the tasks, getting the stuff, repairing the item, you know, trying to, work out things with what she feels their son needs, da da da, trying to be accommodating to an extent, and making them feel like they're in control, because when the dragon feels in control, then they're calm. And it's like, how much, like, they'll only go to a certain extent, of course, um, but it just feels like I just feel very, oof, energy. I almost feel dizzy stepping into his energy. It just feels like there's so much flying all around that I can't get my footing. Just every time I turn around, someone else is asking me for something else. Family, friends, you know, all of that. Work, especially. They're like, oh my gosh, it's every area of their life just feels like out of sorts. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, we got suffering from the past coming in. Past affecting the present, lack, betrayal, victim, let the past go. There's a lot of this energy. I feel like this is both of your guys' energy as well. Um, so I feel like it's time to come into the moment. And we talk about that, right? When we're focused in the future, we're looking at, I can be happy when this and happy when this, and putting our happiness conditionally on an outcome, attached to an outcome. instead of going, what do I love today? And I'm going to choose to be happy with what's in this moment. And I'm just going to enjoy what is instead of what should be, right? Those expectations. We always got to bring it up, but I feel like that's an important thing. And you got your independent cat energy going on today. It's a good reminder that your life is your own. Your life isn't theirs. You can't control their life or anything else. But the only thing that you can look at is your relationship with them. Your relationship with everybody is yours. Everyone else's relationship with everyone else is none of our business. That's the cat. Whatever. I'm doing my cat thing. You are a natural healer. Your intuition is strong. You don't have to go with the crowd. Life supports you in every way. This independent energy is about remembering that you are independent of, everyone else. You're living your life, um, not anyone else's. So there you go. All right. That's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. Thank you again for your donation. All right, Anna, you are up 156.30. All right, there we go. Thank you for your donation. Let's give that a love and a like there. Hello, hello. Yeah, we are doing well here in the house. Our her surgery, her back surgery is on Monday. Thank you. Any of you want to send love energy her way for a fast recovery, according to the will of her higher self, of course. But her surgery, I think, is at 7, and we have to be there at 5:15 in the morning. I'm so grateful that I'm able, because like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday are like that's my weekend in a way. Because well, I still do other things like work on my podcast and stuff, but it's like because of her, I don't have to worry about you know a 9 to 5 job, so I'm able to I'm able to she'll be overnight in the hospital. So I'll be able to come home and take a nap. So I like that. Anyway, so thank you again for your well wishes. So, a silly question. Does Uncle Dave join you when playing the card game Euchre? Yeah, that's a Ohio game, right? Very popular there. When I had worked with my previous corporate company, they were based out of Ohio, and they used to talk about it. In fact, I think one time when I went back for managers conference, one evening I actually played that. It was fun that I remember it anyway. But how fun! Oh, very good. How did I know how to say euchre? Right. Also, what were Jeff's thoughts and feelings when I accompanied my friend at her consult? All right, let's take a look here. And all right, so first of all, does Uncle Dave, does he join you when you're playing the card game there? Well, he's always with you, and Uncle Dave is always by your side and will be until you pass. And then, you know, they're always with you on the spirit side, next to your higher self, but they're also around the energy being around your human self while you're here. But does he? I want to say, does he influence the card game? But is he extra present um, there in the energy? Does he engage and channel channel through you to play cards? How present is he? What else does he want you to know here? Okay, we got all that. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, I remember it was a huge like, wow. All right, and then okay, and then we'll pull cards for Jeff and that. I just feel like we want to do this separate. So what does Uncle Dave have to say? Yes, Ace of Wands. Yes, there's extra energy. They love that, and they're there and they're like, "Oh yeah, oh yeah." Um, you might even feel like nudged of like, yeah, almost like someone's like, play that. And you're like, yeah, I know. That's what I kind of feel like you experience a little there. That's funny. Yep. Knight of Cups. A movement of emotion. They loved that game. It feels like it's a special connection that they have, and so it's part of more so that they enjoy connecting through that experience with you. The 9 of Pentacles, I like this. That is funny with the 9 of Pentacles. It's like, I know, but that's like, that the 9 of Pentacles is like someone being a garden, but there was spirit. And they're like, "Yeah, I'm there," and also other people, but yeah, I'm really present, during that. Yeah, King of Cups, balance between head and heart. I like that energy, and the Ace of Swords. Yeah, so, I mean, there is this emotional, mental, energetic, physical. They're like, "Yeah, I am, like, there. I'm, like, woof, extra." So, you'll feel them during that, very present. That's funny. So they are there. You just start laughing. That's funny. Yeah, because they're giddy. They're like, and their presence is extra strong, and so you feel that extra love, that extra playfulness of the other side too. All right, and then also, what were Jeff's thoughts and feelings when you accompany your friend? Okay, so Jeff's thoughts. Nope, none of those. Jeff's thoughts. Okay, we got that. I don't want those. Don't want those. Okay. And then feelings. Okay. Yeah, it the 9 of Wands, they it did, a wall did suddenly kind of go up when they saw you here. But it's funny because all this energy underneath here of the lovers and the 10 of Pentacles is all about relationships, right? And I feel like it wasn't so much you that um, was the big trigger of the 9 of Wands with this, whoa, going up. It was more the it's like, a reaction because it goes back to the interactions that they had with your ex and the interactions that they had to have with your lawyer and just it was a very one of the most difficult cases that they've dealt with, and it was like, you were just like one of the poster children for the memory, and it was like, "Whoa!" That was their reaction in the beginning. Their thoughts, yeah, the 6 of Swords. It's, leaving old ways of thinking behind and moving. Yeah, both caught by surprise, right? And the Empress. They know who you are. Their thoughts are very much that you're not just a queen, you're an empress, where you know very um you were very protective of yourself back then. Especially, you felt you had to over protect yourself, so it almost is like you were a very strict empress back then. And they understand that as well. um And yeah, the 9 of Swords, the fears, the fears that went up of like, "Oh god, what is this gonna be like?" Kind of energy in the beginning. Yeah, it wasn't crazy energy. This is that you had to be strong and inflexible in some things. Like, I'm not giving. No. No. In fact, I want that and that. You had to be very strong, very stern, very in the situation. And they got it, but there are fears there underneath the surface. And the nines there is like it was more the memory of the experience, but you weren't. They didn't think you was the crazy one here. Um, and then their feelings. Yeah, Three of Cups. There's actually joy there with the justice. Yeah. I feel like emotionally their heart was like they felt that they did their client good, but they also felt like justice was served. Um, they feel like the process and they love what they do with this joy and all of that. So um yeah, and the 5 of Cups underneath, but the 5 of Cups underneath is the low vibration to the higher vibration emotion, which I feel like when they really think about it and sit with it, you know, it's like, oh, but that's part of it. I love my job overall, and sometimes there's some difficult things, but they love the justice system and they love what they do. So, yeah, not a coincidence. None of the cards ever are, right? But I like that. I like that energy coming in there. See what your fortune cookies bring in here too. Just put these cards back in, back in, back in, back in. All right. I don't feel like they're intimidated by things, and they're just like, all right, whatever needs to happen. Especially since it's like, I'm glad you're on my side this time. That's funny. That is funny. All right. So your yin yang one says fulfillment. Wish wish fulfillment. Success, achievements, happy outcome. So I do like this here. Um, so good energy here. I feel like you were gonna ask, like, so what based on current energies, what do we feel the outcome for my friend will be? And I feel like there is success, achievements, happy outcome energy that comes in with that. And then your animal spirit is the giraffe, a visionary, but I also feel like this is like the hanged man, seeing things from a higher perspective, seeing things differently. You both are different from way back then anyway. But the giraffe, it says, rise above earthly matters, glide through life with grace. You're able to see the right path. So stand tall in your self worth and love with a big heart. I love that. I love that energy. So, a beautiful message for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. What an experience, though, right? What an interesting, like I said, nothing happens by accident. So we like that. All right, so that is it for my donations. Let me I'm gonna grab here the free readings so I can have them all here. So we've got Swaroop and Touch of Love and Ashish and Ateshi and Brenda, Content and Official. Anjali, official Anjali. So we got to right there. So we've got Mona. Let me grab yours here. Get myself some more space. I need a little more than that. Thank you. All right. And we did those. We did those. Make sure I'm not skipping over anyone. All right. We've got Ankita. More. Got those. There's all those. Okay, we did that. And then with Olivier Vagara. Hello, hello. Put that down here. We did that one. All right. Then we have Nea. Boom, boom. Zara. Patricia. Grab all those. Boom, boom. All right. Okay, we did those. We did those. We did those. Oh, let me make sure here. I totally missed Maria. So sorry, Maria. I knew I was like, thought you had one there, but I went right by it. How can I miss the big lips? I don't know. All right. Okay, and then here is Anna. Whoops. Behave. So here is your free reading, Anna. We'll grab that here. Boom, boom. Whoops. There we go. Better. All right. Okay. Okay, then Sudeshna, we will circle back around. Actually, we'll do yours first here. Yeah, ads are coming in more often on YouTube. Does help, but I do get a little more income from those. So I am allowing them for now, but it should be only like every 30 minutes, I think is what is set to. It's the maximum that they allow, but I'm just seeing if it impacts anything. Um, so hopefully it's not too disturbing there for you guys, but it does help. Okay, so I got a lot of the free readings down here, but I do have a couple donations that came in, so I'll circle back around here in a moment because I'm not at 2.5 hours yet, so I'm still gonna since I did get these that came in here. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. But hopefully it's not. If it's too irritating, guys, please let me know. Because it's, the amount that I get each month from advertisements. Actually, this is the first one where I usually don't allow advertisements during the middle of my lives. It's set to just the beginning and end. But it's something that they've been pushing, pushing, pushing. I'm like, I'll give it a try, but I really, if it's irritating, because I know when I'm watching stuff, but if it's every 30 minutes when I'm watching something, that's not so bad. But there's sometimes where it's like every 5 minutes, it's an ad, and I'm like, I just leave it because I'm like, it's too distracting for me. But, okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. So, hello, Moonlight. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. All right. So, oops. Let's do that here. I'll grab this down here. Whoops. Wow. That wasn't even close. I wasn't on the right keys. I'm like, whoa, what was that? All right. So we're gonna do we have Sudeshna for your second one, and then we'll jump to Moonlight, and then back to Sudeshna for your third one. Is where we're at on some donations. And depending here, I'm getting close to 2.5 hours, which is where I will kind of step away and complete some free readings and then come back to any donations. I am good. I hope you're good as well. Happy Saturday evening, right? Or is it already? You might be far enough where it's early Sunday morning, huh? Good morning. All right, let me take a sip. Cheers, everybody, and we'll dive back in. All right. I think I do have a drinking problem. I think I keep on getting a mustache. All right. So, Sudeshna, thank you for your additional donation here. Oh, it's 9:15. Okay, that's only 8 hours. That's not so bad. It's 1:15 p.m. here. All right. So, Sudeshna, let's give your second donation a love and a like there since it lets me. And if you learn data business analyst, will you get good opportunities through this path? Will you get to the right path, or shall I try find something else? All right, we'll take a look here. So tired. I get you. All right. So let's take a look here. So, based on your current energies, would data business analyst bring you good opportunities? And by good, from spirit standpoint, there's not good, bad, better, worse, or whatever. There's just different opportunities with different choices. Just like there's no right path, there's just different paths. But we'll put this energy more into the energy of will will this business analyst, will it bring me opportunities that make life feel easier and um and maybe even meet some of my mental expectations, my heart desires? Will it help with all that, right? And will this help me on the path where I feel um, it's bringing my highest, among my highest experiences? We'll put it that way, because when we put such a right, wrong, good, bad, that's not spirit's energy. They're like, no, there's just lower vibration and higher vibration. Will this bring you higher vibrational opportunities and feelings and a path where you feel more up here or down here? Is it going to be harder path or an easier path? So that's what we'll look at. So that said, um, will this bring those type of higher vibrational opportunities for you? Okay. And will it bring you opportunities for your path that feel in alignment with where your soul wants you to go? Is there something else that could be even a higher experience for you? Okay. All right. We'll take a look here. Yeah. I like the bottom of the deck, the Wheel of Fortune, kind of just summarizes what I said in a way, because it's, we can trust that life is always unfolding for me. One way or another, it is for me. There's no path. There's nothing that's happening to me in life. It's always for me. When I look at it that way, then I'm not so afraid about making a wrong choice. I'm just like, what choice do I want to make? Because I know it's going to be for me in some way. And we're eternal beings. We have so many lives. We have so many experiences. It doesn't matter. We're going to experience everything at some point. That's our whole adventure. We have a huge bingo card. Okay, this lifetime brought me this. Oh, bingo! I got a line bingo. Oh, I got a diagonal bingo. you know, Eventually we have a blockout bingo where we blocked out all opportunities. It's going to take us a very long time to get there throughout all of our lifetimes and expressions. But hopefully that helps a little bit. Um, so the data business analyst is going to give you opportunities there. Two of wands. It's interesting with the two of wands, because that's saying a anything that we choose in the outside world isn't what brings us opportunities. It's our energy. So, like, this job doesn't guarantee higher or lower vibration. It depends on what you are choosing in each moment with your own energy. You can get a job as a data business analyst, but if you're focusing on lower vibrational energy, you're going to get all those lower vibrational experiences. If you focus when any job, the job you're in now, if you're focusing on gratitude, and you'll have abundance and opportunities that come in. But when we're focusing on lower vibration and lack and need and expectations and all of that, fear and all those things that we're taught to focus on, right, growing up, that stuff steals opportunities away from us. That restricts, shrinks, holds us back, anchors us down. The other sets us free, opens us up, draws in opportunities. So it's your energy that creates opportunities. You could choose any job, and whatever energy you have that you're choosing, you could have amazing results or results. It's up to you. Yeah, the full card. Underneath it all, they're saying that this is a great opportunity with the full card. without expectations around it, right? With if you go into it looking at with abundance, with that full card, that's about look at the opportunity, look at what's available instead of is it going to do this? Is it doing this? What's it not doing? Da da da. Because again, that lower vibrational energy of expectations will make it a small experience. But if you're looking at look at all the opportunities that are available, and I love this, and I love this, I'm grateful for this, then whoa, right? And you can see that in people, right? Um, you can understand people that have a hard time in life. You see them always choosing the lower vibration of things, living in lack, living in sorrow, living in judgment, living in anger and anxiety and all that stuff. You see their life reflect that. You have someone that lives with joy and they're bright and everything. You just see like, why do things come so easy to them? I'd be happy too if all I had all that stuff come for them, but that's not why. It's not they're not happy because of all this stuff. They get all this stuff come in because they choose to be happy and have joy, right? Ooh, bing bing. Okay. So with this bring in a path that meets your highest soul, right? You got the 5 of swords. We've got the conflict between head and heart. We've got the king of wands. I love this. And the death card, death and rebirth. So it definitely has the possibilities for it here. They're just it has to do with the death to the thoughts and beliefs and expectations and allowing the heart to go. The king of wands is me choosing getting out of my head, getting rid of what everyone else wants and living your life. If you're trying to please people and trying to make something match all of this long list of expectations, it'll downward spiral. But this is saying if you put an end to those things and you have the this death and this rebirth, then you're able to with your passion, you're clearing everyone out of the throne room. I'm deciding what I want from my heart, putting a plan together and putting action behind it and get out of my way. Boom. Then it brings you that life. If you go into it feeling like, all right, I'm going to do all this stuff and this is what I'm supposed to do and this is what everyone else thinks I'm supposed to do, you're going to get that kind of bleh experience, right? Again, they're bringing it back to it doesn't matter what you do, it's all about your energy because you can have now there are opportunities that it's easier to have stuff come in or harder. This is saying that this is a with the full card and the king of wands that is saying that there is this possibility of growth and amazingness that comes with it, but it it isn't just like I got this job now this is what it's going to do. Has to do with your interaction with that job, with that career, right? So hopefully that makes sense. um and then is there something else that is brings you even bigger experiences, higher vibrational experiences, maybe even in an easier way? Let's take a look here. I like it. It doesn't matter. You have the 10 of swords. Well, we'll see what this underlying card is, but they're reinforcing letting go of expectations with the 10 of swords, and then the chariot card, which is your power of choice, your power of story, your power of your emotional choices, your energy and your actions. It's like it doesn't matter what the situation is in the outside world. I'm going to decide what it means and I'm going to decide what I'm going to do with it, right? It's like we're all given the same building materials. Um, all these, like let's say this pile of wood in front of us, some people will set it on fire and end up with ashes. Other people will make it a junk pile. Other people will make a building out of it. Other people will make a wagon. Other people will make totem poles. I'm just thinking all the stuff you can make out of wood, but everyone's going to do something different with it by their choice. So it's not what we're given that ends up being our experience. It's what we choose to do with what is in front of us. So I like that. Underneath the surface, you have the 3 of cups. There is something that can bring more joy, but it's not necessarily, let's see what this last card is. I don't feel like it's necessary for you to um Like, well, it's not that I need to find something else. I feel like you can step into this data business analyst and then you can find this other thing through time. I feel like they're both higher vibration. It's like if nothing's coming right now and the data business analyst is in front of you, it's like I'm going to head off in that direction. In that process, you could discover the other one and no harm, no foul. Or while you're in this, you could become aware of it. So I don't feel here we've got here. Yeah, the Nine of Swords is stepping out of your fears. Both the nine and the 10 of swords. It's time to end expectations, um, and the fear of making the wrong choice. I feel like they're saying, with that Wheel of Fortune, it's all happening for you, right? So um, this is a great opportunity. Data business analyst. I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna start stepping toward it, and then if your heart suddenly brings something in front of you that you're like, oh God, no, I'm gonna go do this. Oh my God, I love that. Then you're gonna do that. Otherwise, you're just gonna continue, um, towards that data business analyst, and then um, but the main focus is I'm choosing the energy. It's not the job or anything in the outside world that determines my happiness. I'm choosing my happiness. I'm choosing my story. I'm choosing my energy. And I'm choosing my physical actions. And no one else can have anything to do with that. Boom. All right. Let's see what your fortune cookies are for this one. We'll circle back around for number 3 here in a bit. Whoops, I'm about to hit here 2.5 hours. So I'm going to head off to do some free readings here. Yeah, we got self care energy coming in here for you, Sudeshna. Low energy, depleted, cleansing, wanting time alone, recharge, retreat. So I like that. Come back to you. And that's that Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. I'm going to take care of me. What do I want to go do? And it's like, yeah, my heart, if your heart is leading you to the state of business analyst, this is a good thing, right? You also have action with the pronghorn. This is all about it's time to just take a step. You're not gonna, well, I need to look at everything that's possible and make sure I'm making the right choice. It's at some point, and you learn this in data business analyst, right? At some point, you have to realize I've got enough information to make a choice. I'm not going to ever have all information. It says, now is the time to act. Opportunities are here. Move forward with confidence. Your talents will always help. I'm sorry, your talents will always help you land on the pinnacle. Your quick wit and keen senses will lead you to a success. So this is all about you. You're the one that brings the stuff, not this other stuff, right? So I like that. All right. So many blessings to you. All right. I think here. Uh, hey, Sonali, welcome, welcome. Let me put you on my list here for donations. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Yeah, your bedtime soon, right, Moonlight? I think here I'm not quite. I'm almost at 2:30, but I'm not quite. So I am going to Moonlight. We'll do yours here. And then Sudeshna and Sonali, I'll come back and complete yours after I do some free readings. So, Moonlight, thank you for your super sticker there and your donation. So, thank you for that. And you'd like an update on NN's thoughts, feelings, and actions against you from today and into November. All right, we'll take a look here. So you'll be able to go to sleep after this if you want, right? All right, let's take a look here. So based on the energy of right now, NN's thoughts. Okay, like we got that. Do you want that? Do you want this one too? Okay, not that one, just that one. All right. And then the feelings. Okay, got that. Do you want that? That's leading here to you wanted actions, right? Yeah, the actions today and into November. Okay. All right. I do feel here we've got the Knight of Wands energy here. This Knight of Wands is the underlying energy in the energy between you guys is there is action, there is movement energy. The Knight of Wands being the fastest moving knight out of them all, so there is that movement type of energy here. Passion, energetic attraction energy. It's not of the heart, it's not of the mind with this energy on the bottom, but it is this action kind of energy. Let's see what this is about. So first we went thoughts, right? Did we do thoughts? Yeah, thoughts. So what are they thinking here? We got the seven, excuse me, hiccup, the seven of wands. And the seven of wands here, again, here's that wand energy. Um, because it's interesting. I'm feeling this mirroring where they're like, you just you need to shine, you want to be yourself, you don't want to dim your light, you're um it's like you're heating up to I gotta be me energy. And they're like, but that's the reflection of themselves too. They're okay with this, they understand it, that yeah, we need to be able to be ourselves. But you really, like, you're it's almost like their thinking is you're inflexible. You're like, "Point back the finger back at yourself, mister," you know? So I like that, awareness, but this is what's coming in. Below the surface, that's like what they're conscious of, like, "Wow." But underneath, they got the Eight of Pentacles, with the Ace of Cups. Yeah, there is this understanding that what's happening between the two of you is all about doing the work of finding my own self-love. I don't this is like I feel like this is subconscious that's going on in their mind. They're not conscious of that. They're just conscious of this. Their human side is this. But below the surface, what's really going on here is this is the work of finding our self-love. They're learning through the reflection where they realize it or not, but you're also learning about your self-love and your boundaries and that. In fact, I thought of you when I because it mentioned boundaries in it. Um, let's see, it was it? I think it was Sudeshna's first reading at 30 minutes 20 seconds. Yeah, 30:20. At the end of that, I read something from Instagram, and it's a wonderful thing. I think you would really enjoy that. So if you want to check that out, I feel like that would be good for you. I feel like you would be like, yes. All right. And then so that's kind of where they're at in their thoughts, energy, their feelings. We've got the judgment card, trying to see things from a different perspective, and the six of wands. So feelings are more here, this attraction energy of the wands energy again coming in. That's funny. The seven, the six, the knight of wands is the big energies, but they're understanding what is it. It's like their heart. In their heart, they want to understand more about why am I attracted? What does this draw to you? Because they feel it in their heart, but they don't understand it. Um, Underneath the surface, we have the hermit. Yeah, it's like it's like the reaction they're having subconsciously is it's like their inner child feels um, out of control in a way, and that's why they're pulling back. The heart feels like it pulls back because it's like, I don't understand this, this is different, this is new, well, I want to understand it, but I'm cautious kind of energy. Where this leading where this is leading, as far as actions, um, yeah, right, not bad so far. Yeah, we have the strength card. Here's the courage to step forward, to shine, again, like the sun energy. Like, I'm going to be myself, but I'm going to shine forth in my own way. We got the Queen of Cups, which is, I feel like it's more of an intuitive following the heart, kind of not trying to think a whole lot about it, but just I feel like their next action will be something more Leo, shooting from the hip of I'm going to call or I'm going to text or I'm going to do that, not thinking it through, just acting without thinking. So realize that the first one might be a little bit like, what was that? But it's like, oh, because it was spur of the moment reaction of sharing something and not, okay, how's this going to come across? How do I need to word this? Should I do this? It's just more of a, boom, boom. Psh, I think you would like this. I think this here, blah. And you're like, whoa, okay. All right. So give it a little bit of grace. I feel like the first time, but I feel like that's the first thing. Then we have the tower, and then there's the pulling away suddenly. As sudden as they're there, suddenly they're gone again. Um, and then the Four of Swords kicks in, which the Four of Swords is this restful energy. It's like a time of rest to think about expectations, release expectations. But I feel like this is um, they're more of a stepping stone with all of this because I don't feel like a return here after the Four of Swords. I feel like they kind of come in strong and hey, blah 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 blah. Well, that was loud. Sorry. And then suddenly gone, and you're like, all right. But I feel like you learn a lot with it through the Four of Swords because that is this period of rest and reflection to understand. Okay, what did I feel during these interactions? What did I learn about myself? What knowledge or gift is in this experience? But this doesn't feel like something very long term. It feels very stepping stone, where they come in, and then by the end of November they're out again, and you're like, all right, that's good. I'm okay with that, kind of energy. Let's see what your fortune cookies bring in too. Okay. That's your yin yang insights oracle, and then your fortune cookie for the spirit animal. So the yin yang is autumn. It's a timing card. And here we are in autumn, right? We entered fall season. This is starting over, soul growth, clearing new intentions, right? And then you have the guardian, the black bear. Gentle and wise protector, give me your confidence and power. Help me protect the ones I love, being me, and then awaken my intuition and guide me. I like that. Here's all that following that intuition and gut too. But I like this. The tower card, you know, we can look at it that life happens for us and that there is that energy of the tower remove things that could be blocking us. It's that protector. It keeps things away from us that aren't for us anymore. And at the same time, it creates space for something that is for us. It clears things out of the road so we can pass by things that are not meant and to protect us from things that, it removes the rattlesnake in the middle of the road so that we can go down our path. They're our protector, and you are divinely guided and divinely protected. So, trust your gut, trust your instincts, of course, because they are really activated and on point. So much more, right? Because you've really turned down your fear noise over this last year in huge ways to where you are more easily connecting to the higher vibration and you're getting clearer and clearer and clearer messages. So you're like, whoa, I love this, right? All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation and sleep well. All right. So I am going to I'm gonna run to the little boys' room real quick. That coffee went right through me. Um, and then when I come back, I'm going to complete about 30 minutes of free readings. Then I'll come back and finish donations. And then if I have energy left over, if I don't get to all the free readings, I will see if I'll complete out the free readings too. That's what I've been doing the last couple of nights. We'll see though. I don't want to push it too much. I had 5 hours Thursday night, 5 hours last night. And I think that's why I'm so giddy, because when you connect with spirit for 5 hours in the evening was zap, right? All right. But I do need to run to the little boy's room so that I'll focus and not be distracted by my bladder going, hey, hey. And then I'll be right back. I'm so silly, I know. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Your inner calm is like a new paradise, right? I love that for you. Beautiful, beautiful. All right. So let us jump into some free readings, everybody. Thank you again so much for being here. And for all the thumbs up, it does help spread the Zen love. It's a great way to show your love for spirit and for the channel. For me, I appreciate all that support. Help spread the Zen love out to the beautiful, beautiful world that can use all the love. And you're part of that love tsunami. So thank you so much. All right. I'm going to take a sip. I made room now. All right. So we have Swaroop Bobby up. So 243, 31. Grab your timestamp here. And a general reading for next week. All right, Swaroop, let's see. What do we got going on next week here for you? What does Spirit want you to know? They want that one and this one. So you do have the High Priestess and the Magician. It's a beautiful energy because you've got the number 1 and number 2 of the major arcana, which in its own right with those two, it is about things progressing. Step 1, step 2, just one step at a time, but it also is that things are progressing. There is this energy here too. The magician is divine masculine, high priestess divine feminine. Balancing that energy next week is important for you. And a way that you do that is the divine masculine energy of the magician is about action. I do what I can do. And often in human life, that's not enough, right? There's only so much we can do. But that's when we become then the high priestess connect to that divine feminine energy of receiving. It's the action, action going, and then there's the asking and receiving, where there was a great story that I heard. I think it was through the Kabbalah that they were talking about how the Creator created us to be receivers because they wanted to experience what it felt like to give. And so a big purpose behind souls being created, um, being at a different vibration, a slightly lower vibration than the creator, is so that they could give to us. Um, and so a big piece of us is opening up, going, thank you. We were born to receive as a soul, as a human. And so we can ask, knowing that we're worthy to receive too. So I feel like next week it's that being the balance, do what I can do, and then ask Creator, say, I surrender this and I help, a little help, please, on this. And don't be afraid to ask. You're worthy. You were born to receive. So don't be afraid to ask. I like that. So that's what they have for you, Swaroop. So many blessings to you. All right. Touch O Love, you are up. Grab your timestamp here. Anyone on the spirit have anything for you about love? Is it coming towards you anytime soon? Oh, you love your energy for being. Thank you so much. Thanks for your kind words. I appreciate that. All right. Anything about love? Anything coming soon for you here? Let's see. I'm sure it'll come through here. Do they want this? Yeah, they want that one. So you've got the Seven of Wands. All right. And the Knight of Swords. Excuse me. So with the Seven of Wands energy coming in here, this is an energy of, you know, being seen, getting out there. I feel like they're saying, and with the Knight of Swords too, which is about movement of communication, is that it's you being out, living your passion, doing what you love, is what creates your first contact. It's like with aliens, your first contact. But it's not you searching for love that's where you're going to find them. It's you living your passion and doing things that you love to do, living life. And when you're out living your passions, doing that pottery class, doing that cuisine class, or um, painting, going to a painting group, or doing something, you bump into someone else who's also living that passion, and your passion is the same in that. Like the example, let's do the cuisine. You're going to go with a friend to a cooking class, a cuisine class, to learn, to make Indian food or something, and you're excited, and your friend last minute gets sick and they can't go, so you go by yourself. And then someone else was going to go with their friend, and they also bailed on them where they weren't able to go. And your partner, two people per table, and so you guys are partnered together, because there's stuff you have to work on together as part of the class or something, blah blah blah, right? But you're like, you know blah blah blah, and you get to know each other as you're cutting stuff and doing stuff and goofing off and laughing, and you have this spark, this connection. And they're like, "Are you coming back next week for the, second part for Black?" "I am." "Well, hey, do you want to just, um, I loved working with you. Do you want to, go again?" And like, yeah, because my friend missed the first one, they can't go to the second one. They're gonna, have not have all the stuff. And I feel like that's what happens. You being out there, you being seen, you living your passion. Um, is how you meet them. So that's an important step for you to do. So that's what they have for you, Touch of Love. I like it. And if it's not food, it doesn't have to be food. It could be something else, but it's your passion that's important. All right. So many blessings. Right. Ashish Bakaran, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. There we go. All right. Any messages from your dog? Oh, Sheba. I love it. Sheba. Hello, Sheba. 2019. So, your dog, that was one expression she had, but she's a powerful supernatural. She's a soul like you are. We've been dogs, we've been cats, we've been animals, for other people and other things in life and other expressions. Thousands, millions, billions different expressions. We have so much that's going on there. So when we're coming in, realize it's from a soul, a higher vibration. It's not of a like an animal. that's different, but they're bringing in that from that standpoint. They are going to express themselves as the personality you knew through Sheba, but just know that they're coming through as their higher self. All right. I feel like you get three here. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, the King of Cups. Beautiful energy. King of Cups is a balance of head and heart. And I feel like that card, they're coming in saying, one of my big reasons why I wanted to be your dog is to help calm you down. They're saying it in such a funny way, because sometimes, whoa, you know, you will go, whoa, but I helped bring you and calm you down, whether it's me doing something silly and stupid or just that little look I gave you or my tail wagging. I helped balance your energy. And that's one of the big reasons why we agreed that I would come into your life when I did. Um, and you learn so much. I still am around you, helping you balance your energy. So sometimes you'll feel these flood, more of emotional energy, or remembering a silly thing I did, or coming across one of my toys I stuffed somewhere. It's like that's me um, helping you remember your balance. I love that. You also have the Knight of Cups. Yeah, the King of Cups, the Knight of Cups, and then in the Ten of Wands. Yeah, they're like they helped you um, with your energy whenever you felt like way up or felt like life was a burden. They helped to bring in a sense of gratitude because that is some energy that dogs carry. You know how we say they have unconditional love. It's funny whenever I'm talking to my host upstairs. She has a black lab, and um, she's so adorable because she'll be laying there, listen to us talk and talk and talk, and we'll get talking about sometimes things going on in the world, um, so that we can process, and see what's at the root of things. And we're like, oh, it can be so difficult. Isn't that right, Frankie? And she just looks at us like, whatever. You guys care about so much stuff, or sometimes especially if we get talking about political stuff going on in the world, she'll be like, "Woof, woof," to get. And I'm like, "Oh, have you had enough?" And she'll start talking to us. She's like, "I think we've talked about this enough." It's like she's trying to change our energy, which is the Knight of Cups. It's time to change the emotion. It's time to change the energy. So I love that. And if you don't have a new dog, they're very supportive in having that energy around you. They're like, I can give it to you, but for the human, having that person, it's funny, that person in the form of a dog there in your life helps bring that in. A lot of animals do that. We talked about cats um, earlier, and it's an amazing. They're purring, energy. They all bring us different things, so I love that. So I feel like that's what they have there for you. Um, I don't feel like their message right now is calm down, but maybe it's time for a new dog. If you get a puppy, they're like, I might even come through the that puppy and be your dog again if you get a puppy. Um, I'm available out there for rehire. All it takes is some treats. That's funny. All right. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings. Thank you for asking that. I love connecting to that animal energy. It's so pure. I just love it. So thank you. All right. Ateshi Singh, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Whoops. Try that again. There it is. So, what does HL forgetting to press the elevator button and rolling down his window yesterday mean? Okay. Feel like he's probably too busy. No, I'm just kidding. So, the elevator button, we got the 5 of cups. There is this emotional they are going through some emotional turbulence is a good word. I just feel like they're in this low energy, just a lot of emotional distraction. So the elevator button doesn't feel like it was a message to you or anything like that. It just feels like they're so distracted with what's going on the inside that they're like, oh, kind of just drained, kind of almost burnt out a little bit emotionally. And I just feel like that is impacting their cognitive exhaustion as well. Here, they just feel, how we can feel mentally exhausted, but sometimes if we feel emotionally exhausted, that makes us even more tired. That's where I feel like they're at with the elevator button there. Rolling down the window, let's see what energy comes with that. We have the Four of Swords. Here's this rest energy. Again, I feel like them rolling down their window just feels like calm, mental calmness, something about fresh air as well that just helps, kind of energy. I don't feel a whole lot of like that there was these intentions behind it towards you or anything else. I feel like this was really about an expression of what's going on with them. Um, and both this emotional and mental energy that comes in. I just feel like there's a need for balance for them, and they're not in balance. They're way out of balance. This Libra season, I feel like is really just done a number on them. So I don't feel like there's any kind of of that kind of energy there, if that makes sense. Towards like, oh, they did it because they wanted to spend time with me, or that they wanted to talk and I missed my opportunities. No, they're just not focused. They're like lost, not lost, exhausted is a good word like we used, mentally and emotionally, and they're in need of rest and a change and a recharge of energy. So hopefully that helps. That's what we got for you there, Ateshi. Right. Brenda Globy, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. And you want to know how far is AS in her journey with KTH and JJK. Wow, it was too far away. Losing my my eyesight there. All right. All right. So let's see here. Got with number one, with number two. So with KTH, we're at the Eight of Wands. There is this energy here with KTH. Eight of Wands is a lot of it's a energetic, and like it could be physical attraction energy too, but it's this a lot of energy, a lot of go go go, rush rush rush. They're in this stage here. It feels like they're in a way their human is trying to catch up because they feel like they've been taking too long, or things aren't happening fast enough with them, and they feel rushed. They feel almost panicked with that of I need to go 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 go. I need to catch up. I'm behind. I'm behind. I'm not living up. I'm not living up. They're not living up. The relationship isn't living up to my expectations. We got to hurry up. This is taking too long. Kind of energy. JJK. We got the Sun card. This is a more of a restful energy. The Sun card. It's Leo fire energy too. There's fire, both fire energies here. Passion energy, but the Sun card is more of a I'm laying in the sun, just basking in the glow a little bit, and I'm at a resting point. I'm at a point where the sun is shining a bright light to a lot of different areas of my life with them, realizations, even inner child Leo energy. It bubbles things up from the inner child, but it's more fiery. So I feel like with JJK, it feels like, all right, we're at the noonday sun, where KTH feels like, oh God, we're running behind. It's noon and we're just starting our day. We need to rush to get to high noon. So I feel like those are the energies that are coming in right now with those. Hopefully those make sense. All right. So many blessings to you, Brenda. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Whoops. There we go. We have content at 3 even. 3 hours even. All right. So content. What's your timestamp? Will you get a job offer next week? All right. So, based on current energies, will you get a job offer next week? All right. And there's your other card. All right. Well, it does appear that you will. In fact, you might get two. You got the Queen of Pentacles, which is about abundance, new birth, harvest kind of energy. And then the Two of Cups came in after that, which is the power of emotional choice, but it is choosing between two things. So I do feel like you will get a job offer next week, two. And then you get to choose. And I feel like with the Two of Cups, that is the power of emotional choice. So if you're like, I don't know, follow your heart. Your heart goes, I really would like that, but maybe this one is the one I should take. Choose this one. Follow your heart. Your heart won't lead you in the wrong direction. So that's what's coming in. Content, easy breezy, short and easy. Many blessings to you. All right. And then the official Anjali, you are up. How about that? The official. All right, there we go. And divine message for upcoming blessings. All right, let's see what we have coming in here. Okay, boom, boom. 3, huh? All right, let's see what we got here. You have the Five of Wands, the Tower, and the Five of Cups. Ooh, wow. So we're going to put the Tower behind the scenes here. We'll have it kind of peek through. But you got this conflicting energy, which is numbers of change here. And so this divine message with the Five of Wands is a change of energy, the Five of Cups, change of my emotional choices. But these come about with the Tower. The Tower is something obstacle being removed out of our life, which there's an obstacle, energetic and emotional here, that's blocking a blessing, but it's being removed for you. It's not even anything that you're going to have to do, which we like when that happens in our life. But the Tower is it's being removed out of the way to open up a space that for something that's right in alignment for you. There is a little bit of drama energy of the Five of Wands, but you're in the middle, standing in the eye of the storm, being unimpacted by it, if I could talk. But it's a lot going on around you, and the Five of Cups so represents that too. There's a lot of emotional drama going on with this person towards that person, and with that person, with that person. There's all this stuff, and they're saying you don't need to worry about any of that. Just sit in the middle of the eye of the storm. The storm will pass, and then the blessing opens up. Um, Things will take care of itself. And what I mean by that is, like, you can maintain your relationship with all the people involved one on one, but don't worry about getting these two together or these three together or them talking or whatever, whether it's family or friends or work or wherever. That's their problem, not yours. That's the energy of this moment for now. This is a blessing. I don't need to solve anyone else's problems. I'm going to sit here. Maybe I'll pop some popcorn, grab a soda, and watch the drama unfold, but I don't have to become a part of it. I'm just going to maintain my relationship with each individual person. And then it's just going to open up. Someone may leave the group and go, I'm out of here. And that solves the problem. And that is a blessing in disguise. The drama is the blessing in disguise because it does handle something that you're like, well, I guess I need to talk to this person, or guess we need to work this out. I guess this. And they're like, I'm gone, everybody. I hate you all. I've never want to hear from any of you again. It may not be that dramatic, but they're moving away. I got an offer and I'm moving because they don't feel like they fit in anymore anyway. They're moving somewhere else. That's a Tower. They're being moved, and it changes the dynamics where everything just meshes together. So I like that. This obstacle is being removed, and I do feel like it's a person, but it's maybe a person in a group of people, and they're moving away. They're going away, and that is the blessing in disguise. The drama is the blessing in disguise. I like that for you. Yeah, now you're gonna like look for drama. Don't cause drama, but you can at least um, know that you can just stay nice and safe in the eye of the storm and not feel like you have to, you know, be like dead center in the middle of it all, right? All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. I'm sorry I was putting little squigglies next to here to make it easier. So Mona, you are up next here. Here is your timestamp. And you like a little hard question, but when do you see M reaching out to you? All right, let me take a sip here. In fact, we will, excuse me, move to the, excuse me, the Learning Tarot, which has timing on it. So we'll take a look here. All right, here is your card right here. So you've got the Hierophant, which is seeing things from a higher perspective energy. The timing is it's April 20th to May 20th, but um, it's an interesting energy because they're going to remove the dates here. It does feel like October 20th, which is not too far away, to November 20th time period. Because this is an opportunity and it's giving you a range because with the Hierophant, which is Taurus energy, throat chakra energy, there is a bit of clarity, seeing things differently. It's been giving you this time to reflect on things, to see things differently, to get in tune with your senses. What am I feeling? What am I seeing? What am I hearing? But the throat chakra here is, what am I afraid to say? And why am I afraid to say it? I do feel like the sooner that you get to this place of I'm going to speak my truth in with love, Taurus being ruled by Venus, which is good. But this is honoring my path, honoring my needs, because it's the Taurus energies, the five senses too, but honoring who I am and speaking my truth is important. So the more that you glean this and face this and are prepared for that, then the sooner the communication comes because that'll be the opportunity. As they reach out to you, you can respond to that and share those things. But the longer you wait, the more it pushes it out, which if you don't do any of the work, it could be April 20th to May 20th of next year. But you have an opportunity for it to be sooner if you take that action internally. So interesting. I love that for you, Mona. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And Kita Moore, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. And like a general read for the next week. All right, let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know for this next week? Okay. So you do have the Queen of Swords coming in. There is this need to balance the mind with the heart coming in here with this. There is some higher knowledge, some clarity that's coming in next week as here as well. And yeah, you even got here. We're talking about the Hierophant. You got the Hierophant with the Ace of Wands coming in here. And this is this need to get out of your head. And as you see and as you step into your heart, you get the clarity. You do see things differently, but it allows you to act on this new passion, this new energy. It's like follow the guidance of your heart and your passion. The mind is going to have all this. Well, you should do this. You're supposed to do this. You need to do blah blah blah. But that's it feels like less than energy. It feels like shrinking. It feels like not speaking my truth, feeling powerless. And this is getting in tune with who I really am, and that I can not in a raw way, but I can speak my truth. I can speak what I would like to do. I can take action toward what I want to do without the fear of what everyone else is going to think. And, or it's even with fear, you have the courage to step forward, and you're at this place where the ugly feeling of not being true to yourself outweighs the fears. Some of the fears are still there, but you're like, I'm taking action. I don't care anymore. Because when our fears outweigh our, this feeling of I'm not being true to my authentic self and I need to be me, when our fears outweigh that, we don't act because it's more powerful. But when this feeling outweighs the fears, that's when we act because we're like, I don't care anymore. I just can't stand it. I got to do it. I gotta be me. I've gotta act from my passion, from my heart, where my heart is leading me. So I feel like that is a big thing for next week coming in here is don't let the mind keep you restricted. Allow yourself to move forward there. So hopefully that makes sense. That's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. And Olivier, we actually, right when I looked at it, was 31111. Look at that. Boom, boom, boom. And we just finished with Akita, not Kita. Yeah, Ankita, 1111. So boom, boom. I love it. So you want to know, how will things go for you this half of the month? Will you have an advance in life matters? So for the next the next 2 weeks of October, can you believe it? We're in the middle of October already. Hello, peace. All right, let's take a look here. So what? All right, thank you. I was like, do I have to say it out loud? No, boom. All right. Wow. Well, we like that. We have the Wheel of Fortune. So this is progression. This is, of course, know that what's unfolding is for you. Even your human is, you know, uh, agreeing that what's unfolding is for you. So that's a positive thing. It's the tune, the for tune, the tune of for me. Um, of course, everything that unfolds in our life is for us. But when the Wheel of Fortune comes out, that is saying even our human side that sometimes goes, how is this for me? Um, when the Wheel of Fortune comes out, they're like, yeah, I see how this is for me. So this is good. You feel like whatever's unfolding, you're fortunate. So we like that. Will your life advance? We got the Judgment card here, which is your higher self calling you in a direction. So two major arcana, the X and the XX, and there's three X's, like three strikes, right? Three strikes and you're out. But this is your three strikes and you're on to the next adventure. So this ending and beginning energy definitely is here so that we can, have that. So it looks positive, right? So it is all good there. All right. So I feel like that's what they have there for you. I don't feel like there's anything that you have to do with this. It feels very much like things are unfolding. Um, like the Eight of Pentacles. You put in the blood, the sweat, the tears. Now here comes the harvest. You just have to kind of, it's like you've already de-weeded the garden, you've already watered it. Now you're just waiting the sun shining on it. Okay, grow, And I feel like that's what happens over these next 2 weeks. So I like that. Right. So many blessings to you. All right, let me take a look here. When did we start? We did at 2:43. So we are at 30 minutes of doing free reading. So I'm going to go back to donations for a little bit here. I do have some more that came in. Let me just make sure here. Um, whoops. Okay, that's where we were. I just want to make sure if there was any other free readings that came in. I'll grab them now. I think I will be able to finish out the last of the free readings here, but we'll do it at after I've done though here. So yeah, okay, absolutely. I do see your request here. Ravatea? Teja? I'm probably totally murdering your name. I'm so sorry. So I have here for your general reading there. I do have that. All right. Yeah, because I for free readings, I have Naya, Zara, Patricia, Maria P, Anna, and then Ravi Ravi. I can call you Ravi, so that I'm not totally murdering your name. Ravi, you're up after that. So that's where we will, but we will circle back around. I do have a couple donations. I had one come in PayPal. Let me just jump over here real quick. All right, Maria P, thank you so much. So we'll come back for your additional reading here as well. All right. So boom, boom, boom. I think we are all set. All righty. Let me see, how much coffee do I have? A little bit here. I'll just finish that up. And I'll go into my lemon water that I have over here. All right. So we'll jump back in for donations. I do have Sudeshna Ghosh uh, for your number 3, and then Sonali Thakur, and then Maria P for your number 2. And we'll circle back for your free reading eventually too here. Just shuffle these up a little more. All right, there we go. All right. So, Sudeshna, thank you for your additional donation. Here are all of your timestamps all together. Let me move you off the bottom here. And let me scroll up here. And it's right here. So let's give that a love and a like since it lets me. Thank you again. I appreciate your support. You want to know, how will your health be in the upcoming time, mental and physical, right? And any guidance, of course. With any questions around health, mental, physical, whatever, of course, disclaimer in the description box. I am not a licensed medical professional or a doctorate or anything like that. So, of course, always consult professionals for the big decisions in your life, or any decisions in your life for that matter. But tarot is for fun. It is not meant to replace all of that. It's for entertainment purposes only. Disclaimer made. Check, check. All right, let's take a look here. So let's take a look here. First of all, mental health. How's it going to be? What advice do they have here? All right. And then physical health. All right. Thank you. And those. All right. Let's see what they have here for you. So, on the bottom of the deck, you do have the Lovers card, and this is an important energy because this is about emotional choices. And it's so important. Our emotional choices does impact our mental health and our physical health. So being aware of the emotions I'm choosing, because there are so many stress related um not choices, stress related illnesses and impacts on our bodies, right? So that is a huge piece of, if we can, that's why, teaching meditation and teaching ways to calm. And that's why they put people on calming meds and different things, because they know that our stress, mentally, of course, the fears that come from our emotions trigger our mental health, but also our physical bodies. Because when our bodies go into fight or flight mode, it does all sorts of things. It floods our bodies with adrenaline. It shuts down our immune system for a bit. It shuts down our digestive system because it's supposed to be short term. But when we're living in perpetual fears, our body's constantly shutting down and starting up and shutting down and starting up and shutting down. You don't get very far in a car if it keeps pooping out, right? That's what's happening. And underneath the Lover's card, we also had the Three of Swords, which is the feeling of disappointment and heartbreak and those lower things. And underneath that, the Two of Wands, wherever we're focusing our energy to. And so this power of choice that comes in is important, because if I'm focusing in on the gratitude and the love and the joy, that higher vibration that's a powerful positive impact on our mind and bodies, versus lower vibrational fear energy that is a lower vibrational impact on our bodies, right? Right. So, mental, where you're at right now, based on current energies, you do have the World card. You're reaching an end of a cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. Feels like your mind is going to be becoming more free. And as you cut away more expectations and get out of your head around supposed to be and should be, that's where that disappointment comes from the Three of Swords, right? If you let go of a lot of like all the pressure you're putting on yourself, all this opinion of what is it that I feel I have to accomplish, write it all down and then question it because it actually is not true. That's an opinion of the outside world saying this is what you should do. And it's that people pleasing, it's that um, fear of what people will think energy that stresses us out. Underneath the surface of your mental health, you've got the Ten of Pentacles. Yeah, got these thoughts and beliefs around relationship and abundance and what that means. So it could do you some good to question what does abundance mean to me? Write it all out. That'll allow you to see it. Be honest, don't make it up like, oh, this is what it should be, but what do you really believe? What is abundance? In order to feel abundant, what needs to happen in my life? And that'll allow you to question that. Because when we're honest with ourselves, when we put it there, it's to be fully abundant and full in my life, I need to have a relationship and children and um, close knit family and a home and abundance and a great job and a great body and all this stuff. When we look at it and we're like, that's not true. All of that stuff we're writing down, that's these opinions. When you realize to be abundant, I like how Bashar, who is channeled by Daryl Anka, says that abundance is having everything I need to do what I want to do in this moment. Simplify it, right? I have everything. I have abundant, instead of, oh, I need all this stuff. It really, that's where our stress comes from. That's what wears our mind down, our concern and all the mental energy we have into trying to get all that stuff, right? Yeah, we got the Five of Wands. This is drama. This mental health too it's about the conflict energy that I have. And it is our mind battling with our heart. Our heart knows the way, it knows what it wants. Our mind trying to control the heart is where all this comes in. Again, the letting go of expectations helps free that, where instead of our mind trying to control our heart, it then supports our heart. When we are like, no, mind, you're not in control anymore. My heart is, my high heart that's connected to my higher self. You're going to support that. We're going to go this way, right? It allows us to live life instead of fear it and live in this feeling like we're existing and not living it. And you have the Eight of Wands, yeah. All the energy, all the rush. There's that stress. So this is the things, the cycles that can end. This is that I feel like I'm behind. I've got to catch up. I'm investing so much energy and I feel so rushed all the time. It's like calm down, right? Because it's those thoughts. I'm behind all these expectations. I'm so behind. I got to catch up. That's stress. When I'm realize I'm everything I need already here. I don't need to do all that stuff. Then I live in this abundance. There's no stress when we're living in abundance in this moment going, I'm so grateful for everything in my life. I'm perfect. There's nothing else I need to do, nothing else I need to become. I'm perfect here. So I feel like that is an energy here and you can reach this ending of a cycle because one way or another you will reach the end of that mental cycle. Can do it willingly, or the mind will take you into that overstress where you end up in a mental hospital where they drug us and then you go to therapy and then through that they help us get out of that. So we can do it or we'll eventually have people help us do it. Right? All right. So that is what they have for that piece. And then physical health. You do have the Magician. Yeah, it's where you're investing your energy, like we talked about. You do have the Four of Cups. This is about emotional stability. We talked about that. And the Hope card with the um, Aquarius. energy coming in here with the star card, which is learning to what is this energy? Because it's learning to compartmentalize your emotions to understand them and transform them, which sounds like therapy. So therapy could do good. I know it did me good. Um, and these days it's not as like, whoa, it's they give you tools to help you understand and get to the root of things. Cause sometimes we're in the forest. And I'm like, I'm lost. They're like, I can see where you're at. At this tree, take a right. Then go, okay, you're good. Now you hit a stream, right? Yeah, now follow that stream, it's gonna take you to a road. Now you can get back on that road, and you're like, "Oh, there I am. Thank you." They help us find our way by giving us a compass and different things to help us find, you know, indicators, so hopefully that helps. Below the surface here of your physical health, you do have the Empress. It is important for you to nurture and take care of yourself. Treat your body like you love it. What are you eating? Are you getting exercise? Are you drinking enough water? Are you drinking healthy things? Um, you know, really nourishing your body, nurturing it too. Yep. Temperance, slow down, become patient. There's that rush energy. It's calming down, taking time to sit, taking time to be still is important. You got the Wheel of Fortune, which is good. So no health concerns coming up. Just got this need to balance your body and your life, um, not overdoing things. Balance in all things, including balance, right? But it's like becoming more aware of that. So hopefully that helps with your adventure there, Sudeshna. We'll get you your fortune cookies here too. Just put all these cards back in. Boom, 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 boom. All right. There was a lot of cards. There we go. So for your yin yang balance energy, let's see what message comes in there for you. Oh, sorry, those were not it yet. Okay, got that one there. And up there. All right. That's your spirit animal. The yin yang is renewal. A little spark here. I like that. New life, fresh starts, rejuvenation, healing after crisis, and your sacral chakra. Your sacral chakra is your orange chakra. Um, it's one of our seats of power. So, but I like it. All that just fits in right with what we were talking about with your physical body, right? Look, and you have the Pathfinder. Maybe there's therapy. They're helping you find your path. The wolf. Release your past and start a new journey. You are a teacher and help others find their way. There will be challenges, but your soul is strong. Perseverance is your secret power. You have a love that endures. I like this Pathfinder, though, because we were just talking about some of that helps you find the path back there. So, if therapy is an option, I encourage everyone. If you're able to do it, you have the ability, the resources. Um, I think I only went because I know I was such a miser. We were allowed 9 free sessions through our insurance, and I did 9. I learned a lot. 3 I dedicated to this, and like, all right, I'm done with that. Now let's focus on this for the next 3. All right, done with that. And now let's focus on these things. All right, thanks. See you. But even that helped because it helped me get to the why I had mistrust of men, why I was such a perfectionist. I forget what the third thing was. Being forgetful? No, I'm not what but so that is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your multiple donations. I'm so grateful. All right. So up next we have Sonali Thakur. Thank you so much, everyone, for your patience in getting to your readings too. I know sometimes they can kind of go on for a little bit, but spirit sometimes gets chatty. So thank you guys. And then Alice, I see your additional questions. So we have after Sonali, we have Maria P, and then Alice will circle back around for you as well. All right, Sonali, let's see, yours is up here. Let's give that a love and a like since it lets me. And hello, hello. And S's current feelings for you. All right. Let's take a look here. Let me take a quick sip here. Swoosh it a little. Ooh, lemon. All right. Let's take a look here. What are S's current feelings for you? All right. These, none of those. We do want this one underneath. And then the bottom of the deck. All right. Ooh, there's a hidden one. I thought there was four, but there's a hidden one in the middle. Boom, boom. All right. We'll do it like that. Bottom of the deck, we do have the Four of Cups. Four of Cups, they're in a bit of an internal mood. Got the High Priestess underneath that too, and even the Justice card underneath there, and the Two of Cups underneath there. There's all this energy that's coming in here. Everything below the deck here um, is like this very reflective on relationships. And the Four of Cups, I just thought it was a heavy sigh, but there's this Four of Cups. It's like, why are my relationships with people, romantic, friends, family, whatever, why are they not bringing me this fullness that I thought and was promised that they would? I feel empty. So it's not about you. This is not directed just at you with this underlying energy. This is that they're setting the stage of this is where they're at in their life. They're just feeling like unfulfilled by life. And because of that, that kind of tints, tints and taints, gotta be careful. um, their feelings for everyone, including yourself. So they're kind of in this, that was that deep sigh, this place of disappointment of life and again that empty feeling. Let's see, we'll do this one first, which is the Hanged Man. Yeah, that makes sense. They're in this transformation, like a cocoon, really trying to see things differently, letting go of things. They're becoming someone new. But this is what this reflective energy is all about, is this change of energy. Um, what we're going to do, I feel like what we're doing here, they're showing me like, this is funny. They're showing someone who's pregnant and they're doing a little needle to go into the embryonic sac to test the fluid. And what we're doing, this is what they show me. I know. Is that your spirit guides or mine? It doesn't matter. They're both weird. I know mine are very unique spirit guides. But this is what we're doing. We're going into their heart, into the space where their emotions for you are, to see what's, beneath all that other stuff. We're going in to see what is um in there, besides all this other stuff that's going on and what they're going on. We're going beneath all that we have to go through the skin, through the belly, through everything to get to in there, to get to the source. And that's what we're doing. So just know that they may not be aware of these emotions because they're so focused on the big picture right now. They're not looking at your individual emotion, but this is what's down there. Yeah, we have the tower. There is this fear they have of um, people suddenly leaving their life. So it's an interesting energy because it's like sudden movement away, sudden, like when they were younger, and repeated and rippled through their life. They've had people who suddenly just leave, people who suddenly just abandon and don't hang out there. And so they have this fear that's there, and that's part of the emotion, is there's this emotional fear of that you won't stick around. And there also is this energy that if someone's going to leave me, I will leave them first. kind of energy, kind of repeating pattern. The two cards on this side of it here, yeah. I mean, on one side, though, they've got like they see this wonderfulness of um, what you bring into their life, this feeling of fullness with the Wheel of Fortune. And then the Leo energy is that they have the courage to face that fear because they of what um, they feel the relationship and interactions with you bring and what they think that it can bring. They're like, I can deal with this fear with this. But on the other hand, which is with this one here, we've got the Hierophant and the Queen of Cups. There's this energy here. The Queen of Cups is a big emotional energy, and the Hierophant is more Taurus. It's Venus, ruled by Venus energy, but it's more about the five senses and um I wanna say here, like the Queen of Cups, they feel like you have a huge ability to have compassion and emotion and express emotion, and they feel like it's almost like, teacher-student energy where they're like, "You have all that. I could learn that from you, but I don't know if you're wanting to have a student," of like, I don't feel like they've learned to really express and feel their emotions, and that's a lot of as we get down to the 4 of Cups here, that there is a lot of this energy of I don't like, I feel, like, stagnant emotionally. It's because they haven't learned to express it. They weren't taught growing up, and they feel like I'm expressing it, but because their self-love is like this, even if they wanna push out a whole bunch of love, all that gets out is no matter how much love someone wants to push in, it just little trickles because they haven't expanded that, and they see that you are able to give so much love and receive so much love, but that's where they feel some of the lacking. That's where this, tower comes in, that you're not able to do that. Now they're evolving and they're changing here, and I just feel like there's that heavy sigh again. I just feel like they're kind of frustrated and kind of exhausted a bit because emotions are so hard, is what I hear them saying. Um, so a lot of confusion, a lot of trying to figure things out. I do like that they're, in that journey, in that adventure of the cocoon and the hanged man trying to change stuff. They're ready to let some old ways go. But I feel like it's like a caterpillar becoming a butterfly, and you're already their eyes, you're already a butterfly, and they're like, Are you gonna wait for me to get out of the cocoon?" Or you're like, "I gotta fly. I gotta go do butterfly things." When you're a butterfly, come get me if I'm still around. That's the kind of energy I feel like is in their heart. Interesting, right? Now your yin yang oracle is the nurture, protective. It says compassion, love, sincere feelings, wants to take care of you. This is how they picture you. That's the nurturing energy that we talked about. And we've got abundance with the bison. So they do see all this stuff. It says, Sacred buffalo, cloak me in your wisdom. Keep me warm through the storms of life. Fill my life with goodness. Teach me the way of gratitude and prayer. And that's something that we can do. I mean, if you really are like, they're worth waiting for, and I will not look at anywhere else. I'm gonna be a butterfly waiting outside a cocoon. Hey, everybody. Yeah, I'm just waiting. This will be done sometime. We'll see, but I'm waiting for the butterfly. And then people are like, okay, that's your choice, right? But you can also and when if we're focusing on who they're not being and what the relationship isn't being and all that, that just draws in more of the not having. If, like it said, if you focus in on gratitude, what do I love about them? what I love about our relationship, and then that stuff grows instead. If we focus on what's not, we get more of that. So I feel like that's kind of what that last card kind of brought in. So hopefully that makes sense. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation and enjoy. All right, Maria P, you are up for number 2. So thank you again for your additional donation. Let's put both your timestamps out here. Like I said, we'll eventually circle back for your free reading here. I think I just got 1, 2, 3, like 5 or 6 to do. So I think I will get to those. All right. So let's jump over here to your PayPal, your additional one, and see what we have. Let's give these a little shuffle. All right. So what's coming in for Wally and you next month? So based on current energies, what do we got unfolding here? Okay. That's them, that's you, that's the both of you. All right, interesting. What's coming for you at work next month? All right, thank you. Card says, will you get a promotion? Let me see. Will you? Oh, it might be. We'll see. Does Wally want to leave that house and be with you? Okay, based on their current energies. Okay, got that one. And then a song from Wally to you. I'm not gonna sing. Don't even think. Don't even think that, Maria. I have a good voice, actually. A good enough voice. I used to sing in men's and other choirs throughout my life, but I haven't sang in years. I used to be a tenor. Now I think I'm a bass, or at least a baritone. All right, and then oh, perhaps one that he thinks of you. Okay, there we go. That makes sense. All right. So, what's coming for Wally and you next month? For Wally, from their side, we got the Seven of Swords. Wow, we got that betrayal energy coming in here. This feelings of, really questioning their minds. Really, it's a strong revelation of hidden being revealed, truth being told. I feel like that is this energy of, all right, I'm coming clean, and here it is, everybody. I just feel like November feels like a month of um I can't I can't hide things anymore. And we had this regarding them withholding things from the dragon, right? So I feel like they come clean next month with the dragon and just say, all right, I can't just go along with your little stuff. This is what I want. I don't care, kind of energy. For you, you got the 8 of Wands. Wow, it's a very passionate movement kind of energy with the 8 of Wands. A lot of action, a lot of movement, a lot of activity in November. For the 2 of you together, you got the 10 of Cups. Wow. So this great sense of joy and togetherness here. It's this huge overflowing emotional energy. So together, it seems like you guys are in this place based on current energies of this fullness of emotion and feeling this love and this joy and togetherness. Um, it just feels like you're both kind of having these separate experiences in life. Yours feels very go, go, go and exciting. Theirs feels like they're dealing with crap. Clearing it out, though, it's things that need to happen, but you're flowing and they're working through their conflict. But I feel like together, your interactions together are pretty cool. How will work look like for you next month? You got the Seven of Pentacles, which is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. Um, and I feel like here, when asking, do you get promoted? You have the star card, which is like a dream come true energy. And I feel like there is this, based on current energies, it feels like this would be a promotion because you've been working towards something and now here comes the fruition in November. So I like that. You've been patiently, working and it coming through. So we got that. And then, oh, does Wally want to leave the house and be with you? Yep, the 10 of Wands. They really have this, energy here. Um, 10 of Wands is a lot of energy. So that's a strong energy of yes. There's also this energy because they feel like it would be very beneficial. And what a reward, but there's all this burden that comes along with it too. Um, and what I mean by that is like, yeah, I would want to do that, but all the stuff that has to happen for that to happen. It's like the journey of 10,000 steps, and you look at it and you're just like, gosh, that's so much that I would have to do to, make that happen. And interesting with that. So there you go. And then a song from Wally to you, perhaps one that he thinks of me. Well, we got the 9 of Cups, this dream come true energy that's coming in. We've got both these here, and the song that came in, which is I know probably from a different generation, but we all know um, it's the Disney theme song of "When You Wish Upon a Star," and that's the song that he would sing to you. So I don't know all the words to it, and I'm not going to sing it, but you can look that up. When You Wish Upon a Star. Um, so check it out. See what words are in there. I have no idea the rest of the words. It seems like it's a good song though. All right. Let's see what your fortune cookies bring in here as well. All right, got that one here. And that one here. All right. So your yin yang oracle, you got a spring. It's a timing card, springtime, which is about planting seeds, plans, preparation, putting in the work. And the springtime is that time of harvest and planting the seed. It's like this new moon energy, which we have a new moon in Libra next Tuesday before we go into Scorpio season. So it's a good time to plant new seeds and plant new things too. Your fortune cookie. Oh, we have raccoons that come visit us almost every night right now. You have the inventor with the raccoon energy that says, decide on what you really want. You have the ingenuity to claim it, avoid being the trickster, and practice integrity. Ooh. You have many roles and can juggle them well. Boom, 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 right? Lover, mother, workaholic. All right, that's what they have for you, my dear. So many, many blessings to you. All right. Okay, and then Alice, we are up. Let's grab yours here. This is for your additional one. So thank you for all of your donations today. Let me adjust this where it makes more sense. There. This one is for ×2, and then this one is for your current one. So thank you again. I definitely appreciate those. What is this sticker? Whoa! Hey, Maria Amethyst. Good to see you. Hello, hello. All right. So, what did the weird dream that you had today mean? Whoa. I understand the emoji now. Let me take a sip. All right. Tell us about this dream, please. What does this dream mean? Okay, thank you. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards, and then 2 underline. So we'll see what's really going on there. We got the Ace of Pentacles, Ace of Pentacles is about new adventure, something new beginning that's coming your way. And it could be some, it's a combination of anxiety and anticipation about something, a change that's coming here, a new start of something. And that some of that is seeping into your brain here. And they're helping you deal with this and look at this and kind of confront change in the dream world. And then you have been and will start to see more change in the outside world, seeing people go through change and different things that helps you become comfortable with experiencing change both in the outside of you and in your dream world, to where when the change happens that you're able to see it differently. So I know it's a strange dream, right? A weird dream, but I feel like it has to do with change and feeling out of control in a way. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, we have the Knight of Swords, which is a movement of communication here, a movement of change, but it's a change of thought. So that's what's going on, is they're changing your thought and your story around change. Oh, that's funny. I'm changing your story around change through those processes so that change is different for you. That's funny. That is weird. Yeah, the Nine of Swords. So this is the nightmare and insomnia. Did it feel like a nightmare? But we've got this, the Nine of Swords. It's funny because that's when someone's sleeping, they're actually on a bed. Usually they're laying on a bed and then the swords are on the wall. But it is this, a lot of stuff on your mind is being processed while you're sleeping again. And, but they're helping you relieve your fears around change. Around this change, we'll see if they'll tell us more about this. Yeah, the King of Wands. Feels like there is something that's coming in here where you're needing to make a choice and to put a plan and to put action behind it. And you're kind of being torn on what direction that I'm wanting to make this change. And the fear of what people will think and everyone around just kind of feels like you feel like people are watching you. And well, what are you going to decide? And you're like, well, everyone leave me alone. Clear the throne room so I can decide it. But there is this decision kind of energy that comes in with that. Yep, the Eight of Pentacles. A little bit of energy that's coming in. I feel like this is almost a little separate from that in a way, but it's that something that you've been working toward your, oh, what is this? It's like you're almost tentative about the getting the reward. It's like you work on something, now the fruit is coming and you're like, well, when I get to the outcome of what I've been working on, I have to make a decision. And if it's a person, a job or something where you've been working on something, it's like if you're a caterpillar that's gone into a cocoon, when you get out, you're going to be a butterfly. Anyone that has not gone through a cocoon to become a butterfly can't follow you where you're going. You can't carry the caterpillars. You have to go fly. You have to go do butterfly things because that's who you are now. There's like this fear in a way of leaving some people behind, some people or situations can't go where you're going. And there's some of that fear that's in there. That's interesting. Yeah, and you have the star card. It just feels like you're working towards your dream here. That was the other card next to the Eight of Pentacles. So there is that energy of working on this dream of yours. Sometimes when we go live our dream, uh-oh, some people can't follow with us, right? Leaving people behind. Yeah. Now, so we got like two parts of the dream. The first part of the dream with the fears and working through change. Underneath that, you have the Four of Pentacles, which has to do with maybe a change of location, either a work location or where you live. Four of Pentacles, if you think of the four walls of the outside world, there's this change, like my change of location. Um, and I feel like that they're like, this is a great opportunity that's coming for you. Um, and that's okay. Butterflies got to fly, baby. And then this fear of leaving people behind, the underlying energy here. Yeah, you got the Wheel of Fortune. It is for you in the end here. So it is an important energy here, of knowing that it is for me and I got to do what's for me and other people would do what's for them, you know. It's almost like the example they're giving me is like we always worry about, you know, well, I got to give 2 weeks notice to this place because it's the right thing to do, and even though I could start immediately at this new dream job, I got to give notice. And we're like, are you ever going to go back there again? No. Um then just give a day's notice. Oh, that will leave him in such a bad place. And but if as the motorcycle goes zooming by, bye, bzz. um, if they needed to let people go, they'd be like, "Sorry, you're gone today. Bye." It's like do what you need to do for you, because everyone else would. That's funny. All right, and then for your fortune cookies, your yin yang, yeah, abundance. Here's that wheel of fortune. This is for you. Windfall. Gifts, celebration, promotion, opportunities, successful ventures. This is for you, the Wheel of Fortune energy, right? And then you have grace with the swan, a graceful exit, right? You will glide across the waters of my soul. I'm sorry, uh, we're talking to the swans. You who glide across the waters of my soul, bring me your wisdom and light. Help me transform into elegance and grace. Inspire me with dignity and the spirit of beauty. I like that. So that is what they have for you, Alice. So many blessings to you. I like it. Hopefully that helps bring a little clarity around the dream there for you. All right. So many blessings to you. And let me just grab this one here. Hey, Cat Lady of the Sea, welcome, welcome. Let me just add Maria to the list here. Oops, that's why I grabbed that. Okay. All right. There we go. So, Cat Lady of the Sea, thank you so much for your donation. Let's grab your timestamp here. And we'll give that a love and a like. Thank you again. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Will you get hired at Platte Valley after the interview? All right. Let's take a look here based on current energies. All right. So, Cat Lady. Right. Boom, boom, boom. We got boom, 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 and boom. All right. Well, bottom of the deck, we do have the Wheel of Fortune, which does tell me that your human side is going to be thankful for the outcome, regardless of what it is. We'll see what this is here. That sounds like a good thing, but sometimes if we didn't get a position, it's like even our human side is like, well, it's good because there's something better that comes for me, right? So let's see here. The three cards here about this position. You got Leo energy with the Strength card. You have the Nine of Cups, which is a dream come true energy. And that's exactly what I was talking about with the Tower card. With sometimes things are, we don't get because it ends up being even better for us. Um, Underneath the surface here, we do have Temperance with Patience energy coming in with this. All right. Well, this doesn't it feels like the dream is coming, but it's not here yet. Temperance is the slowness and understanding that the unfolding of things, trust the timing, trust the unfolding. um, with this here. Leo energy, this is bringing me leader energy. It almost feels like your dream here and what this place is being is being held for is a leadership position um for you, if that makes sense. If you're looking for supervisory or something along there, it's like that is a something somewhere where you're looked at as a leader, not um not the being led persons. Interesting. Let's see what these other two are, because this isn't feeling like this is a yes for this one here. And you got the Five of Wands energy with the King of Pentacles that's coming in here. You know, the Five of Wands is a change of energy, is what brings you in the abundance here. And and this is what makes sense. Let's see what this last one is here too. Yeah, and the Knight of Wands. Yeah. So this is the all of this energy is coming in with the quest of stepping into your power. And the Five of Wands, it's the conflicting energy or the awareness of the energy that brings you the King of Pentacles, which is the abundance, which would be the money, the job, that. And I know there's some conflicting energy that's there. There is some of that. When we're focusing in on the need, the want, the fears that we all get when we're like, I need money, I need a job, I need this. Our human and our conditioning and upbringing takes us into the focusing on want, need, but that's lack energy, and that's what pushes things away. Our energy is so powerful. And I know it's hard during when we're like facing um, the bills and need, and you know it activates and we trigger this fear that comes in, with all of this. Um, and, why am I so unlucky? Well, we focus in on that I'm so unlucky, right? Um, so when I focus in on the lack, then I get more lack. So, this energy that we get in here is that it's if I can focus on gratitude as much as I can, because that's the change of energy, right? If I focus in on, I'm like, it's very hard for me to feel grateful about things right now. Well, that's why we when we have a feeling of unluckiness or lack, or that what I need, what I want, I'm not getting, it's all going away from me. Well, when I'm focused on everything going away from me, then I get more of going away from me. And sometimes it's like I'm getting pulled away by this tsunami that came in. I'm getting carried away by all these emotional waves. I feel out of control. It's eventually we throw an anchor and we're like, all right, throw a gratitude anchor and going, all right, I've got a purpose to get into gratitude. So a gratitude journal, alarms on my phone every waking hour about gratitude, reminders everywhere of gratitude, jewelry that reminds me of gratitude, whatever it is, getting a tattoo of gratitude, whatever it is, that anything I can do to get my attention out of my lower vibration, lack and unlucky and all that energy into what am I grateful for? In fact, when I remember how am I lucky in this moment, and how have I felt lucky in the past? And then we have gratitude for that. And I know when we're feeling so unlucky, it's like, but when we start to realize how lucky I am, like I'm lucky that I have one eye that sees. I'm even luckier if I have two eyes that see. I have one ear that hears. I'm even luckier that I have two ears that hear. I have both arms that work, both legs that work. I don't have back pain. I don't have, anything terminal going on in my body. I'm lucky I have children. Some people can't have children. I'm Grateful that I woke up today. Some people didn't wake up today. There's so much. I'm grateful for electricity. I'm grateful for internet. I'm grateful that I have a phone. Grateful for air conditioning. I'm grateful for heating. I'm grateful for indoor plumbing. I'm grateful for refrigeration. I mean, there's so much that we take for granted that we're so lucky. And because when we're focusing on all these expectations and all these things we think we're supposed to have, we do get sucked into all those fears and all that not having energy. And that just invites more of it in. But I feel like that change of energy, it's such an important thing. It's going to be a life changer, because I know you know it up here. And we can always use reminders. That's why I love doing all these readings because with this reminder comes up a lot for us. What am I focusing my energy on? I'm like, oh, good reminder for me. If I hear it enough, maybe I'll be brainwashed too. But I still have to put reminders up. I still fall into my fears. I still fall into those things. Not as much as I used to before, but it's still there. I'm still human. We still have it, but I'm gentle with myself instead of beating myself up about it, right? And I come back to gratitude and going, you know what? Um, I can become conscious of where I'm investing my energy now, and then look at my fears when I'm calm, and I can go, what am I fearing? I know for me, it's I get into this. I'm either going to get through this moment or I'm not. In either case, I'm going to be fine because I'm either going to get through it, I'm going to be fine, or I'm going to die through this, and then I'm going to be totally fine because I'm going to be back home away from all the challenges of this human lifetime, right? So hopefully that helps a little bit here, but I don't feel like this job unfolds here. It just feels like there's this it's the energy, it's the energy, it's the energy. And as soon as you step into that gratitude, I feel like there is a switch up that happens. See what your fortune cookies bring in here as well. All right, looks like you get a couple spirit animals, but you got for your yin yang, you got the masculine energy, the yang, which is energy. This is logical, confident, assertive, protective, wounded, controlling, aggressive, egoic. The masculine energy is also, I know you're like, I hate masculine energy right now. No, you're not probably that bad, but it's like, they're not on my happy list. But this is recognizing your energy, and it also is that magician energy that comes in with the divine masculine, which is my energy is so powerful. Whatever I focus on, I get more of. The universe doesn't go, oh, no, no, this is what you need. They're like, what are you asking for with your energy is what you get. And so the more I focus on the gratitude, like for jobs, what I love about, well, first of all, get into gratitude in general about how lucky you are with everything in your life, how grateful you can be. You have so much to be grateful for. And when we make that our focus, not focused on the future or the past or the fears and all that, but what am I grateful for? Sincere. We can't lie with our energy. Can't pretend I'm grateful and going, when am I going to get this? It's about, all right, Creator, I'm so grateful for this and that, and I am. And the jobs that I've had, I love this about that job, and I'm grateful to have experienced that and this and that. I'm grateful. And also, I surrender to you. You're going to bring me the perfect job in the perfect way, in the perfect timing. I trust you. There's this energy that comes with that, right? You also have the orca whale with adventure, looking at life as an adventure instead of a journey or work, right? Dare to do things different. Sing your wild song. Manifest your travel dreams. Attempt the great journey with confidence. Be loyal. Friends and family are your treasure. Be brave. You are more powerful than you know. I love that. And then you also have the keeper of secrets, the lynx, which says, take time out from the world and be the observer. Nothing can deceive you when you trust your knowledge. You see others' secrets and you keep them sacred. In silence and solitude, you will find your strength. I like that. This is an opportunity for you to really step into that Leo energy of courage and strength. This is what you're finding, my real strength, and it's not dependent on the outside. So I like that for you. Right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Hang in there. I know, but this is, when we're going through Pupukaka Valley, it stinks, but we go through it to get to the other side, and everything will be glean going through the valley. Eventually, when we're cleaned off and fresh clothes and perfumed and smell like pretty flowers, we look back at the journey and the adventure we went through, and we're grateful that we're on this side of it, but we're also grateful for what we learned as we went through it. So hang in there, my dear. You are powerful. All right. So many, many blessings. All right. So, Alice, thank you so much. Additional donations. You're so sweet. I appreciate you. Let's do that here. Oops. Let's do it correctly. First of all, there we go. All right, Alice. So we are at 4, 11, 17, and this is for your additional 2. Here's all of your timestamps for today. Thank you so much for all of these. All right. You're welcome, cat lady. Hang in there. All right. So, Alice, for your first one here, more. All right. So, what was the meaning of the weird man in the house in the dream? Another weird man who was in the same house before the new one moved in, and one of your childhood mean girls showing up. Oh, wow. Like from the movie Mean Girls. All right. Let's take a look here. So, the weird man, the one that moved in, and then the one who was in the same house before the new one moved in, and then the child mean girls showing up. Interesting. And what do you feel was weird, about these individuals? Like, you had a good descriptive word for the mean person, um, but I feel like it's important for you to understand, what did I think was weird about them? Because this is part of the meaning, right? So you understanding, I feel like it's important for you to go, what was I feeling? What was weird? What was different? What did I feel was not right with them, right? Because that's what weird means. When we say unique, that's wow, they're different, weird is different, but it's a kind of a judgmental different instead of a unique, like, wow, you have a unique personality, instead of you have a weird personality. There's a different tone to that, right? Hey, touch love, you're welcome. Bottom of the deck, you do have the full card, so this is all about this new adventure. So yeah, and this fear of disappointment, disappointment here, this is more the fear of, this is the fear of rejection, but it's a dual energy. It's a fear of, well, being rejected by other people, by this new adventure that you're going on, and about being different. You don't want to be weird. You want to be unique, but you're afraid of other people be punishing you and judging you, because all these people in the dream were you, just in the character of these people. I'll say that again. Each of these people weren't different entities. They were you appearing in your dream as someone else. so that you could get this reflective energy and understand this about how you might judge yourself. That you're afraid of judgment from others, yes, but you're also and punishment from others, yes, but you're also there is this energy that's coming up in these dreams about how you appear different, about how you would appear differently, and that you might feel like you're judging yourself. No, no, a piece of you, at least in your mind, is saying you should be this. You're not doing what you should. That's the fear of what people will think, and the mean girl coming in, being mean because you're not being who I want you to be. Bad. So it's interesting energy there. We'll find out more here, but I feel like that's important to know that these represented you. These weren't people from the outside. This was you, the old you, the new you. And you both think they're both weird. You thought the old you was weird and the new you is weird because the old you that lived in the house now has been replaced by the new weird you. And then the mean girl shows up from the past to go, yeah, you're not being you're not you deserve to be punished, kind of energy. Let's look at the first one. I mean, this is the new you. Yeah, the page of cups. The new you is a higher love, a happier you, and this is you having found your self-love and you're going to a new level, and that is going to feel weird to some people. You following your heart is going to be different. I remember when I left I left twice. Actually, I left more than that. Once I left the corporation I work for to move out of state. I talk about that in my newest podcast episode. I moved out of state once for love. Everyone should do it once so you never do it again. But um the second time I was leaving to start my spiritual adventure, and then I went back, and then I last time is I left to on my current journey. But the second time I was leaving, I'm like, "I'm gonna go live my dreams, everybody." And people were like, "What?" "I'm gonna follow my heart. I'm gonna go live my dream and uh, pursue spirituality and teaching or readings or whatever I'm gonna do." And they were like, "Oh, I wish I could follow my dreams." And I'm like, "You can. You just have to be willing to sacrifice other things for it." They're like, That's why, because I like my stuff." They like their stuff. They weren't willing to give up their well-paying job to go follow their heart because they like their stuff. People thought it was weird that you're giving up almost this, you know, six-figure job to go like make very much, much less. I'm doing that. And I'm like, yeah, because it's worth it for me. And that's kind of this energy that's coming in here is like when you dare to be different, you do stand out and people do think you're weird. And that's okay. It's about, and I'm an Aquarius sun, so I take it as a compliment anyway. But when people were afraid people are going to think we're different and too weird and going to reject us. But when we're okay, going, you know what? As long as I'm okay with myself, that's all that matters. I like that. Now, the old weird you that lived in the house, we had the emperor and the sun. Wow, all this fire energy. Yeah, the old one was so determined here to rule the world. It wasn't so much an emperor as it was a dictator. There's this ego energy that's coming in here. And it's the old weird one was trying to be something that everyone would be acceptable to shine bright and, you know, everyone needs to be what I need them to be, and I need to be what everyone else needs to be. And so that old weird one wasn't someone who was following their heart, that was trying to fit in. And even then, you were still weird because you could never live up to everyone's expectations. To someone, you were weird. Maybe to a large group, you weren't, but to some, you were weird. Maybe the people who were not wanting to fit in, the rebels, were like, "You're weird because you're trying to please those people." We're always going to be weird to someone. And I like that when we realize that anyway, because As long as there's humans with expectations, none of them match up. We're always going to disappoint someone. We're always going to appear different from someone. We're always going to have a different opinion, a different energy, different action, and that's okay. I feel like that's a big piece of this. And then what about the mean girl? We got the Empress. And the 5 of Wands. Yeah. This is the fear of drama, the fear of conflict that comes in here. There's an interesting energy with the Empress coming in here because this is like, I want someone who will protect me, and you're the person who will protect you with this energy. The Empress, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. I'm going to nurture you. The interesting thing with the 5 of Wands, is that we start off going, "Oh my god, these people are trying to kill one another and hurt one another." But when we realize it's like there's this kung fu movie that they're all fighting against one another, and you're like, "Oh gosh." And then there's one person left barely remaining standing, the other 4 are laying down. And like, "Oh my god, are they going to kill him and take him out now?" No, they all start laughing. They all help each other up. They all walk buddy buddy down a path back to the Buddhist monastery where they have lunch together, and you realize these were not people trying to hurt one another. These were people that were helping each other grow. And when we realized that the Mean Girls were part of our journey and part of our adventure, showing us what we wanted to see, helping us grow and fine tune, that any conflict we have with people isn't about our worth, but it is helping us grow. So I feel like that's an important piece of this. Um, is that with this new journey you're starting on, this ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new butterfly. It's, oh, what are the caterpillars going to say? I remember the caterpillars saying I was a weird caterpillar. Also, I remember them picking on other butterflies. Are they going to pick on me? It's when we realize I'm a butterfly. Bye. Psh, I'm a beautiful butterfly. Then we can look at those things, right? Hopefully that helps your fortune cookie here. You do have decisions and contemplation. Yeah. Here, this is that, working through the decisions here between two people or two paths, to stay or to go. So this is that decision making. What if I make a wrong choice? There is no wrong choice. There's just different choices, different experiences, different outcomes, and you don't have to choose. Um, Between people or things or whatever, um, you get to choose how you want to feel. I like that. Yeah, prosperity with the frog coming in here. Transformation, tadpole to a frog energy, but let go of the past and embrace change. There you go. This is all that going back to this. The part of the dream was help you to accept change. Opportunities are close at hand. Hop into this new day with joy. Abundance and good fortune await you. I love it. All right. So that's for that one there, Alice. And then for your second one of your second batch of two, um, I want to know, is Natasha one of RJ's 4 girls you were talking about, right? What is the nature of the relationship and how long has it been going on? Several years? All right, let's take a look. All right, so is Natasha one of those 4 girls that we were talking about? One of the baskets that they keep an egg in, right? All right. What's the nature of their relationship? Okay. And how long has it been going on? All right. All right. Well, we definitely have lover's energy on the bottom of the deck, which does indicate a relationship that that exists there, right? Or has existed there. And we'll see here. Are they one of the 4? Let's see, yeah, that was the first, right? Yeah. Are they one of the 4? 2 swords. Yep. This energy of one of the choices, um, does feel here. Let me sit with that for a sec because I don't know. It's weird. It goes back and forth because I feel like they were before and then they are again. So it is a yes, but they really wanted to bring in that they were together before and then they weren't and then they're back together again and they are one of the four. But I think we talked about those that open the the door. You remember how we were like land shark? No, 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 candygram. Oh, they open the door to let the candygram in, right? And so that's what I feel with that. That was interesting. I was like, they're taking me through a story. All right. What is the nature of their relationship, right? Yeah, 10 of Wands, a lot of passion that comes in here with the 10 of Wands. Very, very much energetic and physical attraction energy. Below the surface, we have the Queen of Pentacles. There's that nurturing, what they can give them, and the King of Swords. It's interesting with the King of Swords because that is a lot of communication and mental energy. It's there's a lot of mind games that go on between the two of them. But they give them a lot of nurturing and there is a lot of passion, it feels like here. But so much, so much drama. Oh my goodness. Um, because that is so they're not I wanna say this, that they're not we had talked about the Candygram person opening the door, being oblivious, but no, they know the game that they're playing. Um, so it's not just RJ doing their mind games and their little manipulation and stuff that they do. They know the game, they're playing it right along with them too, but that's why there's drama and there's interesting, right? How long has this been going on? Several years. Yeah, we got the Queen of Swords coming in here, which it takes a while to be a queen, of a kingdom. So it does feel like it's been going on a while. Has it been 7 years? We got the King of Wands, the Tower. It just feels like it's been off and on. The Tower card is in and out and in and out. And so with that Two of Swords, I almost feel like they're on again, off again, on again, off again, on again, off again, on again, off again. And it does feel like it's been a while. Do I have the 7 anywhere? I feel like it's more this 6 of the Lovers card is really coming in. I feel like it's been over the last 6 years, off and on. Um, and I feel like again, it's almost like sometimes you don't know. I can't remember if we're together or not because they know off and on and off and on and off and on. And drama happens, they're out, and then they come back and they're back together for a little bit. But I don't feel like it's like a committed because of course they don't RG doesn't commit really, right? I feel like they are hanging out and then they're not, and they're hanging out and they're not. They might have a relationship with someone else for a little bit and then that ends and then they're back hanging out together again. It's all about convenience and drama and but this one feels like out of all of the kind of things that they know how to play the game and that's why they are so much on and off quite a bit. Interesting. My goodness, I know, right? All right, let's see what your fortune cookies are here. All right, and then this will be my last donation, and then I'm going to finish up the free readings. Any donations I will finish in my evening session. What time is it? It's 3:30. I'll be back at 6 in 2.5 hours, so I'm going to go and eat and rest for a little bit after I finish up these last free readings too. I'll be back tonight and tomorrow too. So tonight, 6 to 9 p.m. Mountain Time, and tomorrow is 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Mountain Time. I do come back in the afternoon if I don't finish out everything in the morning session. So um, feel free to come and hang out tomorrow too, everybody. All right. So your yin yang is, yeah, trust the divine timing of things. Greater forces are at play. Release control. All is working out for the highest good, right? Your animal is wisdom, the moose. I love those. I've seen those live. My brother, he lives up in northern Idaho, and I lived up there for a couple years, and I was out their property, and they had a mama moose with twins, and the babies were huge, but you're just like, oh my gosh, they're the size of a shed. They're like, wow, they're amazing. It says, let your head and mind reach to the stars, yet keep your feet grounded on earth. Listen to the ancient wisdom in your soul. The ancestors speak through you. You know much. You know too much now, right? That's more than I ever wanted to know about RJ, right? Anyway, that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for all your multiple donations. I appreciate those. All right, everybody, let me take a sip here. We'll dive into the last of the the free readings. All right. So we have Naya up here at 431:44. There we go. And hello, what's coming up next in your personal life? Very welcome, and thank you for your nice comment about thanking for the nice post. I hope you enjoyed those. All right, we got that and this one here. So, what's coming up next in your personal life? You got the Six of Wands on the World card. All right. You're going to be having an ending of a major cycle, which is a victory. You got two victory cards, Six of Wands and the World card. And it is about reaching the culmination of something, going, all right, I've achieved, celebrate. Now I'm on to a new adventure. So it's a significant ending of a cycle, a significant completion or ending of something to start something new. And I'm feeling like it's something, it doesn't feel like work, it doesn't feel like relationship. This really feels like an inner goal, an inner change or personal change. Doesn't have to do with anyone else or anything external. It feels like more internal or body that you've been working on something and you're reaching this, and now you're at this wonderful celebration. It's almost, there's this energy too of like, now what? I've done that. Now, all right, what's next? Kind of energy. It feels very exciting. It feels like very like ready for progress, ready to move forward. Um Ready to start a new path, a new adventure, a new journey, uh, kind of energy. And I like that for you. So, whatever this is that you've been working on the inside, you're reaching this place of, all right, now what am I going to do with all that? So I like it. So, hopefully that makes sense to you, Naya. That's what's coming in for you. Right. And then, Zara, you are up. And you want to ask if MA knows you're interested in him. All right, let's take a look here. Do they know? Or do they just think they know? Let's see. We've got the Two of Wands and the Page of Swords. I feel like they have an inkling. I don't feel like they know that, like, no one's told them, or they're not like, it's not obvious to them. Because the Two of Wands feels like, I feel like I'm picking up energy. Like, I think you're interested, but then I'm not sure if you are. It goes back and forth. And the Page of Wands is like this desire for clarification, but I don't feel like they're active with it. I feel like they're wanting to know, but um they're not like super motivated to take action to find out. They're like, I want to know, but we'll just wait and see. Maybe they're like watching and being aware, but I feel like they remind me of someone that I know that says, I never know if someone's flirted or interested in me. It's like the friend of mine, they're usually, it's their other friends that are going, don't you realize that that waitress was hitting on you? And they're like, what? Or do you realize they like you? And they're like, huh? And you're just like, come here. What aren't you seeing? Are you blind? I kind of feel like they're that kind of energy. Like you're going to have to go up and go, do you know that I like you? And you're like, what? You're like, yes. Hello. It can't be subtle with them, I think. All right. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, Zara. So many blessings to you. Right. And then we have Patricia. You are up. I can always tell when I'm getting close to 5 hours. My voice is starting to go. Let me grab a cough drop here. Maybe that's my spirits going at 5 hours. We're shutting you off. All right. So Patricia. Uh, oh, thank you so much. Actually, let me delete that. You didn't ask for a reading. Remove that. So Patricia, you're very welcome. Wishing me a great weekend. You're very welcome. I didn't read what I copied and pasted evidently there. So thank you so much. So glad you enjoyed that. All right, Maria P, you are up. I do see your question. So there we go. A general for you and Wally. All right, let's take a look here. Okay. Not in that one. All right. Oh, yeah, I do feel here you got the Three of Wands and the Sun card. So there is a change of direction, an altering, of course, a little bit, but the Sun card is about abundance. It's a brighter thing. And I do feel like there is this change. The sun shines a bright light on things. It brings some things to light. It's a warmth energy. It's an abundance energy. But I do feel like, you know, it's important to know, wherever we focus our energy on is how we impact things. And every moment, the more I can focus my energy on what I'm grateful for, the more that grows. It's like the sun. The more I focus um, and have the sun shine on things, the more it grows. When I go into the darkness, things shrink. And so, if I want whatever I want, it's like the more I'm grateful for those things, gratitude, 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 especially sharing it with them. And I feel like that's an important thing to do in their life right now. I know you maybe you don't get enough of that from them, but you're also more confident and more sure of yourself than they are, just by probably because of your fire energy, right? But you have this ability to just specifically tell them what you love about them, what you're grateful for. That grows things. That helps them become more solid in who they are. And that helps things between you guys. But I also feel like there's this energy of just warmth and the sun energy, this brightness, this fire just helps take things in a different direction that's even a better direction than where you guys were headed, are headed. It's a switch up. So hopefully that makes sense with that there. Just it's not about you're great. It's what I love about you is you, regardless of how much conflict you have, you always find a way through it. And that speaks a lot. You've overcome 100% of everything you've ever had a challenge with in your life, or you would be dead right now. So you're so strong. And I love that about you. Boom. Right. Right. That one's free because that's true about him. So you can use that. But you have to come up with the other ones because I'm not dating Wally. Okay. Anyway, so many blessings to you. All right. And then Anna, thank you so much for your donation earlier. And of course, Maria, thank you for your donations too. But Anna, your free reading for entertainment purposes only. Oh, sorry. Let me put your timestamp. I was all jumping into your reading. I must be excited. There we go. At your post-op appointment on Friday, you're going to discuss a follow-up surgery to deal with the bursitis, which has unable to go AV non-surgical procedures. Out of discussions and see. Okay, outcome of our discussion and when do you see the next surgery is always the key. All right, let's take a look here. All right, that's the outcome, and then we'll use a learning tarot for possible timing based on current energies of the next surgery. All right, that must be it. All right, what's the outcome here? We have the Five of Swords. You get in an argument and yell. No, I'm just kidding. Wouldn't that be a hoot? There is some discussion with the Five of Swords. There's a little bit back and forth. With that, I feel like they're like, well, and how I feel about this is they're like, well, this da 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 da, it can do this and it can do that and da 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 da. But also, you got to take consideration da 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 da. It just like give you a lot to think about because you go back and forth and go, oh, okay. I feel like that's how the outcome of the discussion is. All right, you've given me a lot to think about. Let me go back and think about it, and then I'll let you know. Is how I feel. Um, and then based on that energy, yeah, it's like you've got July 23rd and August 23rd of next year. CO, Leo Sun energy. That's CO, Sun Leo. um, but I feel like they're feeling like wait a little bit, let your back heal, let it finish up, let's do this. And I almost feel like they do give you one other non-surgical, well, we can do this first, and and if that doesn't work, then we can do surgery. I feel like that's kind of where they go about because I feel like they are there's one last thing that I would like to try, even though you're saying like um non-surgical procedures hasn't had it go away, and they're like, well, there is one other thing I would like to try. Think about this, and so that's how I feel like it turns out. I know, right? And you're like, I feel like you already know what you want to do, but you're like, all right, doc, let me think about it. I almost feel like it'd be like, let me think about it. All right, I thought about it. No, I want the surgery. But no, you're researching Gemini energy, right? Isn't it Gemini energy? Is yeah, and even have the high priestess. Let me step away, look at things from a different perspective, and then I'll let you know. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings. All right. And then we have Ravi. You are up. See, I'm calling you Ravi because I know I'd mess up your name. I'm so sorry. So, Ravi, you would like a general reading. And thank you guys again so much for all of the thumbs up and all of your love and support and your patience in getting to your readings too, because I know it can take a while. I mean, here we are at almost 5 hours. So some of you have been waiting for a while. All right, a general reading, Ravi. Let's see what we have here. We have the Three of Swords. which is a heartbreak, disappointment energy. But then you have the Four of Swords that follows that. So a great energy to come out after one another. And you do have the Two of Wands that came out too. Power of your energetic choice and focus here. So I do feel like the big message that's coming in here has to do with the power of story with the swords, because that's mindsets and thinking. With the Three of Swords, when I have expectations of how something is supposed to be, should be, needs to be, has to be, then it takes me into that disappointment because the outside world, you know, when our mind and expectations battles reality, it loses, but only 100% of the time. Because reality is that, and then our mind is like, well, that was supposed to be that, and it's like, well, it wasn't, was it? So when we let our expectations go, the stories that everybody gave us about how life should be, who they're supposed to be, how work is supposed to be, how I'm supposed to be, the world, blah blah blah. We let all that go, and we realize I get to choose the story of what everything means. No matter what happens in the outside world, it just is. You're the one with that Two of Wands and all of this. I'm the one that gets to choose what something means about me, about the world, about everything. Get a lot of opinion that tells us this is what you should. This is the story you should apply to that. And you're like, thank you for the recommendation, the suggestion, but that's just your opinion. I get to choose. There is this stepping into your power energy. No one can make you feel a certain way. No one can make you do anything. I choose my stories and my thoughts. I choose the emotions I'm going to feel. No one can make me feel any way. I choose the energy I put out and that I attract to me. I choose my physical actions. Every moment I'm drawing something in based on the energy I'm putting out. It's not the outside world that's disappointing me. It's my thinking about the outside world that creates the disappointment in me. I like this example because it usually helps bring it home. If I'm like, Ravi, I expect you to give me 1,000 US dollars every day for the rest of your life. And that's my expectation of you. And if you're like, Brother Zen, you are going to be disappointed because I'm not going to do it. Is that your fault for disappointing me by not doing what I'm expecting you to do? Or is that my fault for putting the expectation on you? Or option three, does there need to be fault at all? Not really. When I realize these expectations are made up stories, they're just opinion. I don't even have to have it. I don't even have to be disappointed. I can be grateful, like, thank you, Ravi, for showing me that these expectations are ridiculous, that they don't have to be. And then let me just let those go. Now you're free and I'm free and I can enjoy my life. So I feel like that's an important energy for you right now, so enjoy. All right. So many blessings to you. All right. And then lastly, but not leastly, we have Maria Amethyst. You are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. There we go. So you said you appreciate your readings. Well, very good. I'm so glad. Hopefully they've been helpful a little bit. You want to know how many kids you feel you'll have in life, biological. You're 33 years old, don't have any yet. I do want at least two kids, but only want biological. I'm single now, as you know. Oh, you don't want no Brady Bunch? You don't want anyone, that has other children? You're like, "No way." Or adopted? No. All right. Let's see what we have here. Based on your current energies or fate, well, they'll let me know. Do you have fated children or are there, is it still possibilities? We'll see. You do have the Hermit card here with the Queen of Pentacles. All right. Well, the Queen of Pentacles is birthing energy. It is mother energy that comes in here. And um, It's an interesting energy, but it is birthday, and she's usually pregnant like the Empress, but it is about birth and motherhood and mother. So you definitely are destined to be a mother here. It is part of what you will be here. The hermit energy, it's interesting because it's not like, "Oh, but you're gonna be alone." You're like, I don't wanna be a single mother." Um, but this hermit card is something different. It's about in order for that to come to pass. So I don't feel like you have a certain number of fated children, and they're not giving me a number yet because what they're saying here is if you go this route, you'll end up with 1. If you go this route, you end up with 2. If you go this route, you end up with 9. You're like, "No, no, no." I don't know if there's that many there. But it depends on what path you take is how many you end up, and you're at this point, like, you're at this point in your path going like let's see, going like this, let's see, going like this, and there's so many different ways that you can go off that bring you different things that you're coming up on a big decision point within the next year of your life of what takes you in place that determines how many children you have. And the hermit energy is about the importance of you withdrawing, with you connecting with spirit, with you becoming aware and focusing on your transformation, letting go of some old ways of thinking, some old, mindsets that don't serve you anymore, emotions that don't serve you anymore, people that don't serve you anymore, energy that doesn't serve you anymore, and even clearing out things in your physical world. It's this purging, it's this making space in your mind and in your heart and in your energy and in your physical world for this love and for the children that allows them to come in. But you're in the process of like the cocooning of the coming back to learn and to grow, to draw in those individuals because you're preparing to make this decision. So it's important you make an educated decision with a clear mind, a clear heart, clear energy, and a clear physical space too. So that is what they have for you, Maria. Hopefully that helps. I know they didn't get what you want, but soon we'll be able to find out more as you go more on your path. All right, everybody. Well, that's it for the readings. We do have, if you guys haven't checked it out yet, I do have a new um, podcast episode that came out, adventure number 2, which is round 1 of fighting. We talk about um, relationships and intimate relationships and being, why do people cheat? Why does it hurt so much? I talk about some of my life experiences. We talk about spirit's perspective, human perspective on why, and spiritual hints on how we can transform those things into an easier path. We also have a giveaway coming up next week already, not too late to get into it. If you're interested in reading, winning a free personal recorded reading or my Hedge of Peace and Love, check out the video. It tells you how to get into that. Also have some specials going on my personal recorded readings, both my 15-minute and 30-minute. All that is listed in the description box of the video too. And I put out a special video today called Channeling Spirit, where I do some automatic writing, and there's a message about walking consciously from my higher self. So if you're interested, that's all free. All that stuff is there. Just no expectations. Just like to make sure everyone knows that it's all there. So that is what we have, everybody. I'm going to go eat. I'll be back in 2 hours about. So until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Take care of yourself. Have some fun. Why are we being so serious? It's a playground. Let's go play. Right. All right. I love you guys. We'll see you.